All right, guys. So we are here today. It is Friday. Tesla stock is down a little bit. The NASDAQ sitting at 15.94 thousand, 15.94K. Pull it back a little bit right now. Let's take a look at everything right now, team. We got a lot of stuff actually going on for this Friday. Like usually Fridays are kind of slow, but not today. Today, I mean, the morning's kind of slow, to be fair. Like the morning time, we don't have that much stuff going on until like 9:45 this morning. But after the opening bell, we got a gang of stuff going on, an array of stuff. We've got Powell speaking at 11. We've got manufacturing PMI data coming out. We've got Powell speaking again at 2 p.m. today. So we're going to be very, very busy today. Again, hit that like button. Oh, we appreciate it. Let's take a look at everything. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. We're going to do a poll. Does the market close green today? Yes or no? Vote on that poll. Let me know how you feel. Tesla's down. I'm not sure why. Honestly, I really like the Cybertruck event. Honestly, really like the Cybertruck event. Man, they raced a Porsche Boxster, I should say. In a Cybertruck, and the Cybertruck won while also towing another Cybertruck. It was actually really impressive. Now, it was just the base Porsche Boxster, so it wasn't the turbo one, but like still pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, I figured like a lot of the time at these Tesla events, we get bearish action. It's pretty consistent, honestly. It's one of the more consistent like looks. Yeah, the market didn't like the Cybertruck event for sure. That's probably why. There were only 14 delivered. And so that's probably why, the market didn't like the Cybertruck delivery event. I mean, my stream had fun. We had like 5,000 people here live. It was actually really fun. We had almost 6,000 people here watching, which for the big streams on my channel, they're always kind of chaotic, dude. Chat's hilarious. All right, team. All right, yeah, you gotta see Tesla down some now too. Musk is well liked for what he does, but never for what he says. Yeah, I mean, Musk, the problem is, dude's just not a good public speaker at all. Like, again, I think everybody kind of knows he has Asperger's, and so he just can't speak publicly very well, I'm not judging anybody that has Asperger's either. Like, again, people with Asperger's typically have a higher than normal IQ. They just lack some social skills, which I think is a fair trade, in all honesty. Like, bro, make me a genius, but Like fair swap, I guess. But, you know, it's all subjective. All right, team. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the stock market news today. European EMA on GLP receptor agonist for Apple and Paramount have discussed building their streaming services at a discount, the latest attempt by rival entertainment giants to team up as they make their offerings more affordable and attractive, according to the Wall Street Journal. U.S. State Department says the U.S. reiterates pledge to reconsider steps it has taken to ease sanctions on Venezuela if it fails to comply with certain commitments by today's deadline. That was yesterday. We'll see what happens on that front today. Non-farm payroll. Today's not non-farm payrolls. You know, so today is today is manufacturing PMI data. Non-farm payrolls is next Friday. So today is manufacturing PMI data, ISM manufacturing PMI. Tomorrow so today is manufacturing PMI data. That drops at 10. At 9:45 we have manufacturing PMI. At 10 we have ISM manufacturing PMI. At 11 we got Powell speaking. I don't know how long he's going to speak though. I hope it's not too long. And then again he speaks again at 2 p.m. So we're going to be busy today, and that's all right. How does he know? Yeah, today's not non-farm payrolls. That's just not today. What's up, game? Soul Runner, SRT, Raphael, Sam, Multi, Pawn, Bob, Paulo, Beach Bum, Guy, V, Alyssa, Jamal, UT, Trading 101, Arif, Stans. What's up, guys? Do me a favor, slap that like button, hit that subscribe button, team. We appreciate it. Again, are we going to break? Today, we're going to break 120,000 subs for sure. Honestly, my channel's had a lot of fun growth, bro. A lot of fun growth. Like you can see, the last 2 days, we are averaging about 51,000 views in the last 2 days. So we're averaging, about 25.5 thousand views a day over the last couple of days. So shout out to us. You know, you love to see it. Today's going to make that number bump up too, with Powell speaking for sure. All right, guys. Yeah, what's up, Future? Paulo, new 401k money entering the market. I really enjoyed the Tesla stream, not because I went 8 from 8 green trades. Yeah, I mean, this was me yesterday, so I had a pretty good trading day also. We ended up making a little bit over $1,000 gross. I'm not sure what the net amount was, but like we had a pretty good day futures wise. Equities wise, I think our swing trades and investments were down a little bit, mostly from Tesla dropping, but it was like, I think we might have lost like $50 or something. So it wasn't the end of the world there. You know what I mean? Bro, I gotta start reviewing some tech products on YouTube, bro. Some of these dudes, they get freaking views, man. You know? It'd also be really dope because like tech, they would send me stuff early. The problem is that it looks like it's mostly iPhone related. CFG says he doesn't like the share price and they're buying 25% back. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Powell's speaking today, just to put this into perspective, right? Powell is speaking today for he's speaking with like a college. Powell is going to be speaking today at forgive me, guys. I'm trying to find it. I got to find the calendar. There it is. All right, yeah. So Powell's going to be speaking today for Spelman College. He is going to be doing conversation with Spelman College president, Fireside chat. I'm trying to see how long these usually are. They're usually about an hour, which is fine, but good growth. Whatever happened to Trap Lore Ross? Hey, bro, what happened to Trap Lore Ross, dude? My guy hasn't been posting any videos lately. Oh, I guess he is. Honestly, I think people don't understand how long it takes to edit videos, bro. That's very time consuming. Spellman. Good morning. Your thoughts on AMC? I sold cash secure puts for January. The premiums are great. I mean, AMC had a pre-split price of 67 cents roughly. Extension wise, it's probably down a lot. There's also the risk of bankruptcy, though. I hope it goes up. I'm in AMC. I hope it goes up, but it hasn't been. You know, it's one of my biggest losing trades currently. Again, it is my biggest losing trade currently is AMC. Only seconded to Walgreens. I'm not down that much. I'm down, $140. My best trade right now is Microsoft, in which I am up a lot in Microsoft. Apple is my second best trade. Currently, I'm up a lot in that one as well. Average price for Apple is 166. Apple's currently at about 190s. Average price for Microsoft is 312s. It's at about 380s. I'm also in Netflix. Average price is 384. It's at 471s right now. So equities portfolio is doing pretty solid. Isn't Friday usually bullish? Fridays vary completely. I would like to see the pros and cons of getting into real estate from your experience. Sure. I mean, it depends. What type of real estate do you mean? Do you mean investing in real estate, or do you mean becoming a real estate agent? And there's a difference. There's a big difference there. All right. Which one do you mean? Investing or becoming a real estate agent? Yeah, for sure. You might be a little bit behind the stream, Pawn. Hit the live button, brother. Yeah, it's been fun streaming real estate agent. I mean, the pros for real estate agents, at least in Texas, it's pretty easy to get. It's pretty easy to get licensed as long as you don't have like a criminal background. Like, it's pretty easy to get licensed. You know what I mean? And so I remember, and this was years ago. I decided to get my real estate license. And again, I'm going to preface this with, this is not real estate advice. If I start giving out specific like home advice, I have to put out like a bunch of my information, which I don't really want to put out because I'm not trying to market myself here. So just to clarify, I'm not professional real estate advice. This is just kind of how I got started in real estate. But anyways, with that said, with that disclaimer out the way, I remember I decided to get my real estate license, and it was kind of like on a whim. I was like, hey, I could be a real estate agent. It was in a period of time where my wife was like having surgeries and stuff. Long story. And so I basically needed to stay at home, and I had previously been working. I had like a used book business that I was running and operating, and I also was working at the Marriott as a bartender. For a while, but I wanted a job that I could get on top of those things, right? And so I decided I was going to get my real estate license. With that, I remember from the period of time where I decided I was going to get my real estate license to where I was actually fully licensed was about a week and a half. It was about a week and a half. And so I decided I was going to get my real estate license. I took the course online, passed the testing online in about 3 days. And then scheduled myself to go take my real estate exam, went and passed it. Total time in between that was about a week and a half, so that's definitely a pro, is that at least if you're in the right state and you do well at passing tests. Like, I'm a very good test taker, especially if it's multiple choice. I can use the process of elimination and pass it even if I don't study. So my point is, if you're kind of like that, you can get your real estate license really quick, right? And I got mine very quickly relative to when I started. When I knew nothing about being a real estate agent to when I was actually fully licensed, it took me like a week and a half. That's one of the pros, probably the biggest pro. The other pros are that you work for yourself. If you don't feel like working, you don't have to. Like, I don't really sell that many homes right now. So, not really something in which I'm really trying to sell homes, to be honest. I probably got to pay my dues. I think I forgot to pay my dues. I don't really sell homes, so I completely forgot about it. I have to go pay that today. With that said, one of the cons is that you got to pay your licensing dues, so I think it's like a couple $1,000 a year. Anyways, but don't underestimate the cons of it, though, the problems with becoming a real estate agent. Number one, depending on where you are, it's saturated. Right? It's saturated. Number two, very hard to get business. Your brokers don't typically give you business. It's up to you to work your sphere of influence, is what they call it, to find business. And that's a difficult thing. Like, I'm from Louisiana. Everybody I know lives in Louisiana. All my friends live in Louisiana. All the people I know, and grew up with are in Louisiana. And so in Texas, I know some people, but like, I don't have a huge sphere of influence here, and I kind of keep my circle small to begin with. I don't like having a big circle. I don't trust people. So the problem, a lot of people, like, you get your real estate license, you think you're just going to be rolling in business. It's usually not like that. It's usually very difficult to get business in real estate unless you've got like a big influence. What I will say is that Fed speaks twice today at 11 and 2 p.m. at 11 and 2 p.m. What I will say is, like, if you're out there, okay, you get a lot of people that push like a pyramid scheme, right? Like multi-level marketing. You know, they say, oh, sell this product. If you can get into the top 1%, you know, you could make $500,000 a year in this multi-level marketing scheme. You know, if you're one of those people, understand you can make more than that selling something else, right? Like, you're going to burn bridges with people by pushing some sketchy products. It's always better, in my opinion, to sell real estate to them. Like, if you have that big of a sphere of influence where you can make, you know, 200 sales a month, like, bro, give up the pyramid scheme and freaking market yourself as a real estate agent. You know, that's what you do. But anyways, that's my pros and cons. I'm not going to spend too long on it. NASDAQ's starting to bounce back slightly. I still think we're in this trend. Let's draw it. So I think we're in this trend currently. I think the trend looks obvious to me. Man, that is an ugly drawn trend. Hold on. There we go. I think we're in this trend right now. This is the trend that we look like we're in. There we go. I think that's a little smoother. We can probably widen this up a little bit too. I think this is the current trend that we're in right now. Yeah, I think that's the current trend we're in. We'll see if we hold that trend. When in doubt, you see. I'm in Arkansas, so I guess it means we're like brother cousins. Maybe. Most of my dad's family is actually from here. We just took a little bit off. We're actually scalping some of this in futures. I think we're probably up like 50, 60 bucks on this trade in the E-mini. I saw that we were in this trend and I wanted to attack it, and so that's all this is. All right, so we're up. There we go, 25. I'm gonna go ahead and lock that in and just take that money. Again, we drew the trend and then we attacked the trend is what this was. So yeah, you can see we just made $75 today in futures, scalping the S&P just now. So we'll take that. But yeah, I mean, again, real estate's not as easy as you think it is. I mean, you could try to trade crypto on Top Step. It's not going to be very easy. I think the only thing you can trade is micro Bitcoin futures. So the only one that I think you can really trade is this one here. So here's Bitcoin futures. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. The problem is like liquidity. And so if you're going to trade crypto futures on Top Step, you're going to kind of need to take longer term trades, in my opinion. I've never actually tried. Let me put it on a paper account and see what this actually looks like. Here, let me put it on a paper account and see if this actually looks good. All right, so here's a paper account. Let's try this. Wait, it's not letting me fill this. Product code not permissed. Okay, so I can't trade Bitcoin futures. I think I'm trying to trade. Let me look it up. Yeah, so hold on. Let me look this up. I'm pretty sure you could trade micro Bitcoin futures. MNQ, MBT. Okay, so it's MBTZ3 is what it is. But from my understanding, the liquidity, yeah. So here, this is what I can actually trade. This is on a paper account. All right, good. But yeah, I'm trying this out to see what kind of movement we can actually get. Chart Prime has a lot of stuff that you can use. So this is just paper. But I'm trying to see what the fills are like. So here's 5 contracts of the micro Bitcoin futures. You know, you can kind of see it's also moving with the NASDAQ some, but that's a different story. The cool thing though is that Chart Prime Chart Prime was originally used for crypto, and I might mess with this a little bit too. Yeah, dumb money's pretty good. Can you explain how leverage on micro futures Bitcoin works? I mean, leverage is just Leverage is just the exchange giving you more buying power than you have. You know what I mean? Is all it really is. It's just the exchange giving you more buying power. You know, that's it. Again, we're in this trade currently here, although like the price action looks kind of tough to trade. Again, the problem with crypto is that the liquidity is very low, not just on Top Step, but anywhere, you know. All right, so we're up $3 here. I want to see how much it moves relative to Bitcoin. I think the better move here, though, guys, is to try to trade crypto in like really volatile parts of time. Like we're actually up a little bit. We're up $5. This is just a paper account though, because I'm just testing it for full transparency purposes. Just paper account because I'm testing this right now. But we're actually up a little bit. Are we long? Oh, we are long. I didn't even realize that. I don't know if we're short. I guess we are short. So I guess you can trade crypto, but it's going to have to be, you got to take longer term trades. It's going to be really hard to scalp. Fisker, do we have other earnings today? Do we have any earnings this morning? Ugh. No earnings basically today. All right, so we got a little bit of a cushion. Retail shorting crypto, maybe. All right, guys. So again, I'm just kind of checking out some other stuff too. Guys, all right, hey, look, honestly, our short would have worked on Bitcoin. So again, you can trade Bitcoin just like this, dude. Just like this, you can trade Bitcoin in Top Step and futures as well. But it needs to be longer term trades, like longer term. Like, look, we can take profit here, boom, take another bit off, boom, cover it, Boom, and then we just made whatever on the paper account. Again, paper just a test, but yes, you can trade it. Liquidity is just low. Good news, guys. I actually got sleep last night, dude. This is the first night, bro. Honestly, I didn't sleep much the night before last as well as the night before that. So last night I was like, hey, look, I told my wife, I was like, look, I'll go pick up Maddie from school and then I'm going to freaking go to bed early. And so I did, and I slept well. Feels good, man. Feels good. Needed it, dude. All right, guys. Hey. What type of data is Powell telling today? We don't know. He's just going to do it right. He's doing a fireside chat is what this is. Yeah, I mean, small accounts are going to be tough in crypto in general. It's just not going to be, you know. Like the biggest villains in the trading community. The biggest villains in the trading community are penny stock gurus pushing sketchy courses on new traders, telling them that they're going to get rich off of small investments. To quote Disney here, it's a scam as old as time, you know? All right, so the founder of a $240 billion asset manager, Rick Elderman, says financial advisors are waiting for Bitcoin and an ETF before recommending Bitcoin to clients. Yeah, but they might miss out on that big pump they're supposed to get from it. Hey, what's up, Pra? What's up, Y? What's up, Jarrett? Liquidity on the NASDAQ is a breath of fresh air for me after trading CFDs in the past. So much easier for scalping without a large spread. Yeah, 100%. I mean, CFDs are going to get you in trouble. It's a lot easier to just trade the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, I typically have the best results from the NASDAQ specifically. You know why? Is because I can look at the NASDAQ right here. Again, you guys saw me do this earlier. Let me fix my trend a little bit. I'm a little bit of a OCD person with trends. I can put any trend line up and like, look. Let me activate this. I can look for a trend, identify a trend, and then attack that trend, right? The NASDAQ typically in pre-market, especially in pre-market, but the NASDAQ's going to have better momentum, like than the E-mini, than the Dow, than the Russell. The NASDAQ's just going to have much better liquidity, and better liquidity means better technical patterns in general, right? Now, the benefit of the SPY, and that's because the Q. The Q obviously is, something that you can watch. The Q is the NASDAQ. And so a lot of people love the Q. The reason the NASDAQ is more volatile is because it's more tech heavy than like the S&P 500, right? So the S&P 500 has less tech stocks in it relative to the NASDAQ or the Q, which has more tech stocks in it, right? So tech stocks are very volatile. Of course, especially with like Tesla, tech stock yesterday doing their event. NVIDIA has been crazy, although NVIDIA's down. 465s right now for NVIDIA, 465s. I'm trading in mid and large cap. This week was tough. CHMD is not a penny stock. It's about to rip and do over 100% to 500%. CHMD isn't a stock. What? CHMD is not a stock. I don't know what that is. Yeah, y'all slap that like button, team. We got about 300 people here. You recommend buying gold right now? No, I don't recommend anything. I have no idea what anything's going to do. No idea. Again, I'm looking at this trend on the NASDAQ. I'm looking at Tesla dipping down a little bit. New here, but love the content and the free info. Thanks, Marcus. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, sir. We try, man. Again, I truly try. Like, I think you guys know. Like, look, I try to tell you guys the truth. If I'm biased in favor of something, I recognize it and I'm transparent about it. You know what I mean? I have no idea what gold's going to do. I'm in gold right now. I hope gold goes up, but I have no idea what it's going to do. All right, look at the trend still holding here, guys. Look at the trend still following. We can extend this to the right and see if we ever break the trend. Yeah, bat. I mean, I'm not really trying to divulge how much I made or lost or whatever it is. Like, none of that matters. Again, I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm not claiming to be a guru. I'm not selling a course. You know what I mean? I'm not claiming to be a good trader. I don't want that. I don't need that. I don't need to act like some super good trader to grow a following. You know, I just report market news, data, economics, stream, you know, earnings, stuff like that. Like, I don't want to be another day trading guru. And I think so again, what I made or lost in the market doesn't matter. That trend line doesn't mean anything. Okay, that's cool. Again, I'm just trying to look at what the current short-term trend is on the NASDAQ. I think it's been following this little trend line. We'll see if it continues to follow it. But regardless, I mean, technicals and trading are very subjective. So I might like this trend. You might think it doesn't mean anything, and that's okay. Yeah, Powell speaking at 11 this morning. CMND. I mean, it's definitely a penny stock, brother. It's definitely a penny stock. You know, prior to the reverse split that it looks like it did, it was at 10 cents a share. And it had dropped from $4 down to 10 cents. But then they did a reverse split. I'm almost certain this was a reverse split 4 days ago for whatever stock you're talking about, Aldrin. So this is almost certainly a reverse split, right? Which is a very weak sign. Like a reverse split is a very weak sign. You know, it means the company wasn't successful enough to. Maybe it wasn't a reverse split. You see? Okay, yeah. So reverse split effective to gain compliance with the NASDAQ minimum bid requirements. Yeah, this is a terrible looking chart. This is a very bad looking chart. I mean, look, let me show you why. And again, Aldrin, what I would challenge you to do, brother. And again, it's all love here, man. It really is all love here, bro. I'm not hating. All right. But what I would challenge you to do here is I would challenge you to look at the long-term chart and understand a lot of the stocks that you talk about end up just being terrible companies that are losing traders so much money. And, you know, there's, for lack of a better word, propaganda getting thrown out about them, about how strong they are and about how they're different. You know, it's the same thing we hear about every other penny stock, brother. They almost always fail, you know, so I challenge you to like be introspective enough to recognize that. Maybe this one runs. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it looks like a sketchy, manipulated penny stock to me, bro. And prior to this reverse split, which it needed to do, because it needed to, if it didn't, it was going to get delisted to the pink sheets. Prior to that, it had gone from $5 a share back in March to 10 cents a share. You know, not a good look, bro. Not a good look. You know, I just don't trust it. Maybe it does stuff, but I just don't trust it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and ban James right here. After checking his chat logs, my guy is just kind of sitting around looking to be critical. That's not saying much. You sound like a reporter than a trader. That trend line doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm not going to say you're jealous and insecure, but like that might be the case, you know? People are weird, bro. Like, imagine just sitting around waiting to critique somebody online. Like, you watch their streams, but you watch it just so you can find something wrong that they're doing. You know, just good day to you, sir. Can you please look at Nexi? Maybe we make some quick bucks. Again, I'll look at these penny stocks for you guys. All I'm saying is you better be ready for me to look at them. I'm not hating. Listen, I'm not hating. All right, so NEXI. Let's look at the weekly chart. That's a rough look, you know. Stronger weak looking chart. You know. Here's the last year. Last year it hit highs back in February of 2035s. It has literally dropped 10x down. Dropped 90% down to $2.48 now. So that's a rough look, brother. That's a rough look, man. Dropped 90% down to $2.48. You know, again, let me look at this now. This thing has, to be fair, this thing is up a lot in pre-market. And so what I would look at for this is you might be able to make some short-term trades off of it. I'm not going to personally attack it, but it's now back up to 11 or 12 bucks. You know, now the pump, let's see what the reason for this catalyst is. Company announced on November 2nd, board unanimously approved the liquidation and wind up of company through dissolution pursuant to plan of liquidation and dissolution. Can somebody tell me what this is? Yeah, maybe, Jasmine. Again, I don't know. Good luck. I hope you make money with it. I'm not doing it myself, though. Yeah, for sure, V, 100%, man. People are weird, brother. People are weird, man. You know? Bankruptcy plan. Is it chapter 11 or chapter 7? It sounds like it's chapter 7, dissolution of company. So... yeah, maybe this is just the last buyout for it. I really have no idea. Could again, remember what I said yesterday. Remember what I said yesterday, in that a lot of the time these penny stock company CEOs, like the executives in the company, they know their company is going to fail, and so they pump and dump the company. They pump the price up to a bunch of, you know, easily to manipulate investors or retail traders. They get them to buy it up and run the price up, and then the insiders, the executives, sometimes the CEOs, unload shares at the highs, make a couple million, and ride off into the sunset, leading all the retail traders buying their company, holding the bags of losses, right? That's very common. I'm not saying that's what this is. This might be another thing, but I'm not touching it today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is, if it's a dissolution of company, it's chapter 7, I think. So... yeah, and I'm not trying to hate on anybody here, guys. I hope you guys understand. Like, again, imagine if you're me, right? Imagine if you're me, and like you've been running a YouTube channel that in which you have people come to the chat and push these penny stocks, right? And every time they I'm not targeting anybody specifically, because there's a lot of different people that do this, right? They come to my stream and they push these penny stocks, and they talk about how great of an investment it is, how different it is compared to all the other crazy looking sketchy penny stocks, and about how it's time to buy it up. And they give me some crazy outcome, like this thing's gonna go up 1,000%. And then, you know, when you watch those companies over time, the companies are just kind of going straight down. And so, like, you know, the companies are just going like this, you know, and then sometimes they'll get a reverse split which is not a positive sign, increase the price, and then start coming back down again, right? And you see that happen over and over again with a bunch of different penny stocks, and then instead of, and then over time, eventually you're going to be like, hey, snap out of it. Like, these things are terrible. Like, a penny stock investing is for suckers. It's a sucker's bet. It's something that retail traders that don't have that much money and sometimes gamblers like to do. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're not going to be able to find a penny stock that succeeds. What I'm saying is that it's incredibly rare and difficult to find them. And that if you look at every penny stock out there, it's going to have a bunch of sensationalized marketing acting like it's the next Amazon. But it's not. Almost certainly not. Anyways, do what you guys want to do. Trade at your own risk. It's all love here. Where's Google at right now? Google up to 130 still. Dipping down. Tech's dipping down a little bit from yesterday. Again, NVIDIA down to 460s here. So NVIDIA is starting to challenge Tesla in terms of just the most volatile price action here. Man, this thing moves up and down. Huge percentages on a regular basis. Huge percentages on a regular basis. Right, exactly. A few months ago, Mullen, same thing, reverse split. Borderline of being illegal, probably. But again, I can't vet any of that stuff. I have no idea what traders or insiders are doing. If it is, it wouldn't be the first time executives in the companies did it. I'll put it that way. Now, John, do you remember Tesla went public at 127 in 2010? 100%. I remember Tesla went public in 2010, but Tesla almost failed in 2015. And the only reason it succeeded is because it did a massive change in its structure. And so basically, people always like to bring up Tesla as an argument for penny stocks, but I'm not saying there's not some diamonds in the rough in penny stocks. What I'm saying is that everybody thinks theirs is the diamond in the rough, and it never freaking is, and it never is. It's always usually a really horrible company that somehow, like, young, and again, people, like, if you're looking at me objectively, you understand, like, I'm trying to help people here. I'm trying to let people snap out of it and realize what they're doing wrong in trading, and realize that, like, they're basically playing the lottery, which the odds are not in their favor, in stocks. And so I really am trying to help people. I'm not saying some people aren't going to get lucky and catch a big pumping penny stock and get rich and ride off into the sunset. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I know it does sometimes. But the odds are just so low. Why spend your time chasing that? It just seems like a gambling addiction to me. Yeah, I remember when Tupperware ran. Oh, I'm not saying, of course it can happen. But the likelihood of it happening in CRMD or, SOS or whatever sketchy CEI, dry ships, you know what I mean? Like, the likelihood of it happening to those penny stocks is so low. Again, I've seen the cycle happen over and over again where people push penny stocks. They get all hyped up. These big communities form around these terrible companies. And all the investors are like, yeah, this is the future. We're going to get rich. And then something happens and the stock goes down. And then they justify it like, oh, it's just the calm before the storm. Everything's going to be fine. And then something else happens and the company goes down more. Right. And that happens over and over and over again until the company is basically 5 cents a share. And then at that point, investors start getting mad because they're holding a ball of crap. And then they start saying manipulation. It would have succeeded if it wasn't for manipulation, right? I see this cycle over and over again in trading. It's one of the most common cycles I see in the stock market. It really is. And so I have a duty, like a fiduciary duty, to look out in y'all's best interests with this type of stuff. And so hear me, Anyways, NVIDIA sitting right at 460s. Yeah, I don't know how much Powell's even going to say about the market. I hope he says something good. Hey, thanks, Beach Bum. Yeah, if you're going to take trades like that, just take small trades. Be okay with losing whatever you put into it. Yeah, y'all be sure to check out Beach Bum's channel. Check out his live stream tomorrow at 10 a.m. Go give that man a subscribe. He's got some great swing trading content. Check them out. All right, SEC confirmed it spoke with Grayscale for the second time to discuss converting Grayscale Trust into Bitcoin ETF. They also met with BLK on Wednesday regarding the Bitcoin ETF application. And so a lot of people are thinking the BTF or the Bitcoin ETF approval is inevitable. We'll see. Yeah, let's look at the NASDAQ here. Yeah, I mean, again, guys, like, I want you guys to see something here. Like, again, do you guys see where the NASDAQ bounced, right? Remember what somebody here was saying a couple minutes ago? They said, quote, that trend line doesn't mean anything. They said that trend line doesn't mean anything. Again, guys, the NASDAQ has spoken and has proved me correct with this trend line. Look at that beautiful bounce right at the bottom. Look at that beautiful bounce right at the bottom here. But yeah, that trend line didn't work, did it, guys? You know, this is my point. It's like the people, I call this the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? I call this the Dunning-Kruger effect in trading. The Dunning-Kruger effect is basically this well-known effect in which the people who act like they know the most know the least, right? And this is what you get in the market too. I see this in the chat all the time. The people who are the most critical of other people in terms of their trading, the people who mock other people, the people who say, oh, this person's always wrong, you know, or whatever it is, are typically the ones that are the most wrong themselves. Because again, we drew this trend way back here, you know, or somewhere back here. And we have followed this trend to a T since we drew it. I don't know how long we're going to follow this trend. I think if you shorten it and put a 5-minute chart up, you know, it might be a little bit better of a trend. You know, I think a 5-minute trend here looks even better. But so far we have followed this trend to a T. I don't know how long we're going to, but again, understand, I'm not talking out of my butt. Drawing trends like this is one of the most effective ways to trade. Yeah, I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Some people call it trends. Some people call it channels. Some people call them wedges, you know. Yeah, but trends work, guys. You want to know why trends work or channels work? You want to know why channels work? Channels work because other people think they work. All right, it's very obvious. It's human psychology. It's mass psychology in the stock market. Traders think we're in a specific trend, and so what do? They buy it at the bottom of the trend. They short it at the top. They sell it at the top, thus confirming the trend that they thought we were in to begin with. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's why it works. It's because other people think it freaking works, you know. But that it doesn't matter why it works. You know, it's human psychology. That's what the market is, you know. And I'm not saying we're not going to break this trend here. Of course, we're going to break it eventually. What I'm saying is that I spotted this trend when it was first forming, and it worked exactly like I thought it might. Yeah, I think it's a little bit in the middle. I mean, I think fundamentals trump technicals. And so like the market's not purely technicals, because when a fundamental report comes out, regardless of technical aspects of it, it's usually going to influence it in a much heavier way than any technical thing can. Now extension still plays a factor in that regard, but like most of the time, you know, fundamentals are going to trump technicals. That's just kind of what happens. It's kind of how it goes. You know, again, if CPI comes out, it doesn't matter what the trend line is, what the technical nuance of the chart is. Usually, if it comes in really high, it's going to tank the market. If it comes in really low, it's going to push the market up, right? Regardless of the technical nuance of the chart. And so, you know, fundamentals trump technical short term and long term. Do bots recognize and follow trends? Some do. All right, so we're looking at Tesla. Tesla down at 235s here. Bitcoin in a similar trend to this. Again, y'all slap that like button, guys. We got 88 likes. We can break 100 really quick. I appreciate it. All right, so we'll see if we hit the top of this. Dunning-Kruger explains most of the modern world in general. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but in trading, again, I always talk about this. In trading, it's so obvious. You know, like as an example here, like you see people come here and they shame other people. They make fun of, like, okay, an example is like they come here, they make fun of bulls. They say bulls are dumb, man. Bulls don't know anything. How dumb do you got to be to go long? Ugh. You know, same thing on the other side. They make fun of shorts. They say, oh, how dumb do you be to got to go short right there? You know what I mean? Like just arrogance. And then when they're wrong, they usually just get they get silent. They get silent really quick. And so, yeah, again, to clarify, the Dunning-Kruger effect, since it's kind of like jargon, or it's kind of like it's a word a lot of people might not understand when I say it or reference it, but it basically means the people who act like they know the most. Essentially what it means is that if you dumb people overestimate their intelligence and smart people underestimate their intelligence. Okay, so basically dumb people think they're smart and smart people underestimate how smart they are. You know what I mean? You know, again, I talked about this before, where there's a really good Jubilee YouTube video, right? And in this Jubilee YouTube video, and look at the top of this trend line, team. So we just rejected at the top of that trend line. I don't know if we're actually going to hold here, but we just rejected the top of the trend line. And thank you, Marcus, my guy. Thanks, man. Look at that top of the trend line holding exactly where we drew that line, man. Hey, people can say whatever they want. You let the chart talk. Anyways, There's a really good Jubilee video. And in the Jubilee video, they have this guy. And this guy, I think he was in like the military. And, you know, they were supposed to rank people, you know, on how smart they think they are, right? So they had like 6 people. They're supposed to put themselves in order of how smart they think they are, with the smartest people being in the front of the line and the dumbest people being in the back of the line. You know, and one of the people there took charge, and she was like, yeah, like I can't remember what she said, but she was like, yeah, I'm an astrophysicist, like I'm a scientist. And she made the military guy, she was like, hey, I don't think you're very smart. I'm going to put you towards the end of the line. You know, and she was also like really heavily bragging about how smart she were, all her certifications, like I'm a scientist, like I think I'm at the top. And so they put her at the top or whatever. And then whenever they all did IQ tests, the guy that she thought was dumb was actually close to the top, and she was she scored the lowest in the room, right? And so Dunning-Kruger effect in general, right? Like that's a beautiful example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Especially on something like that, I think smart people are going to recognize how bad it's going to look if they're wrong. You know, so in that situation, especially publicly, they underestimate their intelligence because they recognize how bad it looks to overestimate it and then be proven wrong in a situation like that. You know, less smart people are not going to think that much into the future. They're not going to think that deeply about it. And so instead, they're going to let their ego take effect. You know, and this is coming from one of the top 3 dumbest people in the world right now, you know, or maybe I'm saying that so I can fit along with the Dunning-Kruger effect. I don't know. Yeah, dude, she was afterwards. She didn't know what to think afterwards. It was a really fun video to watch. Y'all should go watch it. But look at this trend line. Hey guys, listen, I don't mean to toot my own horn a little bit. I'm definitely one of the top 3 worst traders in the world. But we drew this trend line back here. And look at the top. Like, what's the likelihood, guys, that we're gonna follow this trend literally to a T after I draw it? I very rarely get this lucky with trend lines, dude. But we have perfectly followed the NASDAQ trend since I've drawn it here. You love to see it, honestly. But again, if you want, I'm not trying to brag. I'm just actually really happy to see that trend line. It's definitely confidence building for sure to see that my trends are getting this good, you know. And of course, they're not always this good, but you love to see it. Beautiful trend line, followed it perfectly on the NASDAQ. Yeah, definitely top 3 dumbest ever. Yeah, I'm going to toot my horn a little bit here, guys, you know. Bitcoin broke down under the VWAP, under the 200 EMA. We're at about 38.8 thousand right now. And again, with all that said, I'm certainly not claiming to be some super smart guy. Yeah, and you can post your trades, brother. It's all good, man. You know, again, I always say my main rules here, dude. My main rules here are don't pressure people to do anything. Don't shame anybody for taking the opposing direction. Don't shame somebody if they don't agree with your thesis. And be respectful. You can do those 3 things, you're not going to get banned here. You know, even if I disagree with everything you say. You know, which we do have some people where I disagree with a lot about what they say. But if you keep it respectful, if you don't shame anybody, if you don't pressure anybody, and the other one is like, I don't like definitive statements. I don't like people saying the NASDAQ is going to do this or the NASDAQ is going to do that. You can say, I think the NASDAQ is going to do this or I think the NASDAQ is going to do that. But definitive statements gets people in trouble. And again, I really do think that most experienced traders recognize that they can make predictions, but nobody knows. Nothing is with 100% certainty in the markets ever. Yeah, then she changed the view to think, oh, IQ doesn't measure intelligence. That trend line has James crying in the corner. 100%. You love to see it. Yeah, Tesla's interesting. We had the Cybertruck event yesterday. You know, I like the event, but I think what the reason the market didn't like it is because they only delivered like 14 trucks, 13 trucks. I think that's a bad sign. You know, they're not producing that many in their whole delivery event. They did less than 20 deliveries. I think that's a bad sign. And again, to be fair, I think it's also possible that we start to break this trend now, because we've confirmed it multiple times since I've drawn it. It's not going to last forever. I think if we do break it, it's probably going to be on the upside. And so I think a likely outcome of this could be something like this now. But again, I don't know for sure. I'm purely speculating, not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose. You always got to make your own assessment, trade responsibly. Be smart. Yeah, I'm not saying what they should have done. I'm just saying why I think the market reacted negatively. I mean, I'm open to hearing other reasons y'all think the market reacted negatively to the Tesla event. Again, I'm down to hear them. Again, I really don't know why, but yeah, we got Powell today. Yeah, the Cybertruck versus Porsche 911 was impressive. Again, now to be fair, it wasn't the upper version of the Porsche, but it was still impressive nonetheless. And again, people can say whatever they want, but the Cybertruck's fast and it looks cool, in my opinion. Buy the rumor, sell the news. That's honestly pretty accurate for Tesla events. Tesla events especially, usually at Tesla events, for whatever reason, Tesla reacts negatively to the events and pushes up ahead of the events. You know what I mean? So that's usually what happens. The Porsche has half the horsepower of the Cybertruck. Right, but isn't that more impressive for the Cybertruck? It was a truck pulling a car that beat the car it was pulling. Yeah, impressive. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Good morning, good morning. Yeah, the softball, yeah, bro. Honestly, I'm right there with you, Code. Like, bro, I showed my daughter this afterwards, dude. Like, my daughter throws harder than the guy threw the baseball at the window. You know they didn't want to have the same mistake again. They didn't want the same mistake again, right? And so, honestly, they threw that baseball slow. Very slow. Like, that throw was very slow. All right, guys. So remember, team, I just said I thought we might break the top of this trend line here. I thought it might be time to break this trend. And, we'll see. If we don't, fine. But remember, I drew this. And let's see if it actually follows it. So far, the top of the trend line, though, has been acting pretty sturdy. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Powell speaking today at 11 and 2. 100%. Yeah, the last time it was a steel ball. So, I mean, this time they threw a rubber baseball very softly at it. Probably at least a couple rush. Yeah, the torque on EVs are the impressive part for sure. All right. So like the torque on EVs are really impressive. So like the torque on EVs are what gets it. In the end, EVs are really impressive speed wise. The question is, are there different colors of the Cybertruck right now? Is the questions. Like, are there different colors of the Cybertruck? I don't really like Polestar and General Powell. I don't know much about it. Oppenheimer. Speaking of Oppenheimer, I watched the movie Oppenheimer. Didn't like it at all. I thought the Oppenheimer movie was bad. Just not that good. I think it got really redundant really quickly. Like, yep, we get it. Like, they, politics disagreed with you politically, like most of the world disagreed with your political stance and use that to ostracize you some. I usually love Christopher Nolan movies too. I love Christopher Nolan movies. I loved Interstellar. I love the Batman Dark Knight series. All that good stuff. But Oppenheimer just drug on way too long. Like it just got really redundant after like 2.5 hours of the same thing over and over and over again. Like after they finished the project, the aftermath got really redundant really, really quickly. And I just didn't like the movie. It was just boring. It wasn't boring. The first few hours weren't boring. But again, for a 3.5 hour movie, like they could have done it much better, in my opinion. They stated the same thing over and over and over again. It's kind of like beating a dead horse. It was just too much. It drug on way too long. And ultimately, it wasn't, I didn't like it. It was probably my least favorite Christopher Nolan movie I've ever seen. And it has nothing to do with his political stance, guys. I'm for being whatever you want to be, rooting for whoever you want to root for in politics with no judgment. I really am. I think Oppenheimer himself was a genius, a genius dude who put his beliefs, who stood by his beliefs. I can respect that. I really can't, I think he was, he was a genius. But the movie just, I didn't like it as much. We are a stock channel, buddy. I mean, we aren't anything. Beginner trading is a broad economic and market channel. It's definitely not just stocks. Mostly we're about economic data and we trade futures, to be honest. So, I mean, we cover stocks in the stock market overall, but it's certainly not purely a stock channel, sir. Yeah, we'll hit 120 today, Brandon, for sure. Yeah, we'll hit 120,000 today for sure, without question. Right. Love you. Love you. Have a good day. All right, Bitcoin's starting to rise. We did break the top of the trend line like I just called. Right. Hey, listen. Jonathan Wynn says the NASDAQ respected the channel and broke out right after you said it might. You're on fire today. I know. Listen, man. You get really good at technicals. Like, I've talked about this nuance of trading before. But when you watch the market regularly and you learn to trade one specific symbol, you start to get into a flow state of that symbol. You learn how it moves. You learn what it respects. You learn, you learn probabilities of movement is what it really is, right? And so, yeah, eventually you start to really recognize how different symbols move. And that's how we were able to call this trend on the NASDAQ. But not only called the trend, we also called when it would break. Just now, before it broke, we called that it would probably break the top of this trend line here. All right. As soon as we held support there, we said, hey, we might break the top of the trend line right now. We even drew this line. We drew this afterwards. And again, we were absolutely right. We hit it right on the head there. And so again, people can act like I don't know what I'm talking about. They can act like it's not, the trend line doesn't mean anything. And like, I'm just kind of whatever, right? Dunning-Kruger effect in trading. Yeah, the NASDAQ is more dramatic than the SPY. Moves much more volatile. Is much more volatile in movement than the SPY is. It has a bigger range. It moves much more fast. It moves much faster than the SPY does. Liquidity is typically much better in the NASDAQ than the SPY as well. So. All right, so again, we broke the top of that trend line exactly like we called. I'm gonna have to go back and find. I'm gonna have to go back and find out. I'm gonna have to go back and clip that call out I just did. So we drew the trend, we followed the trend, and then we called when it would break out. That's pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. I'm definitely the top 3 greatest stock/futures/ investing channels in the world right now for sure. Definitely top 3. Dunning-Kruger effect is in effect. Hey, baby, how you doing? You want to say hey to Carol? There she is.
Morning.
How you doing, baby? You doing good?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm about to bring Maddie.
All right, love you.
Love you.
Hold on real quick. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry, Carol. Oh no! I can't. My play button. I'm gonna break my play button here, team. Honestly, I can order another one for $50. So, any other channels? Yeah, I mean, you can. We have a TT account, beginner trading, one word. Twitter, it's at beginner trades. At beginner trades on Twitter. Those are the main other two that I post on. I mean, the E-mini and the NASDAQ are both broad market index funds, brother. I'm not sure which one's bigger. I think the NASDAQ's probably bigger, but I think they're both index funds. So they're both funds filled with a bunch of other companies. So like they're just basically used to track market performance. The NASDAQ is more tech heavy, of course. So like the NASDAQ moves more with tech, and that's the reason it's a little bit more volatile. No, I'm not going to SantaCon and dressing up like Roaring Kitty. Again, I've got a family. I've got a wife and kids, man. That's just not something I can make a priority right now. No offense to anybody that does. All right, hey, guys, slap that like button here. We appreciate it. Thanks so much, team. Again, today we got Big Papa Powell coming out. Big Pop dropping at 11 a.m. today. We're going to stream the whole thing live. You'll be able to watch it all live here too. Man, look at this trend line. Remember, guys, hey, listen, right here. We told you guys we thought we might break the trend and go like this. Did I not say this? Again, rewind the stream. If you don't remember me saying this, remember what I said. How did I know? I don't know. I just knew. How was a rainbow made? It just is. Okay. What's that Joe Dirt quote? All right. How exactly is a rainbow made? How exactly does a sun set? How exactly does a posi track rear end on a Plymouth work? It just does. All right. You're welcome here, guys. Top 3 greatest stock traders of the world, team. Definitely top 3. Honestly, we'll see if Bitcoin can move back up. Bitcoin right around 39K. Man, we called this little thing right on the nose, dude. I never thought I would get it exactly right, though. Like, I never knew the trend would hold, and then I would call exactly when it broke, and then it would do exactly what I said it would. listen, I'm just in harmony with the world right now, guys. What can I say? You'll never hear the end of it. I got this right. You'll never hear the end of it. All right, team. What else we got going on today? What are you guys doing this weekend? Are there some UFC fights this weekend? Again, the NASDAQ is another one we're looking at right now. Look at the NASDAQ go. NVIDIA here. NVIDIA's down a lot. Is it time to buy NVIDIA, or do you think NVIDIA is going to correct more here, guys? That's the question. Is it time to buy NVIDIA, or do you think NVIDIA is going to correct more? NVIDIA's sitting at 468 right now, 467. Bare knuckle fighting champion. Is Mike Perry fighting from BKFC this week? Is it Perry versus Alvarez? Ooh, man, I gotta watch that. What is that? Is that today or tomorrow? I gotta watch it. And then UFC wise, we got, it's actually a pretty good card. A lot of people might not know these guys, but it's actually a pretty good card. We got Benil Dariush versus Arman Sarkurian. Jalen Turner versus Bobby Green. That'll be a good fight. Rob Font versus Davidson Figueiredo. Did Rob Font, is he? Oh, Davidson Figueiredo is moving up to bantamweight. He was at flyweight, and so he's moving up to bantamweight. I don't know, man. Davidson Figueiredo is really solid. I think he should have stayed at flyweight, though. Like, he's going to be small for bantamweight. Sean Brady versus Kevin Gastelum. Clay Guida versus Joaquin Silva. I'm not a big fan of Clay. I think Clay Guida is very tough. He's been around for a long time. I can respect that heavily. Massive respect for Clay Guida. His fights are boring, though. No punch power, pure wrestling. In the prelims, we got Miesha Tate versus Julia Villa. Zachary Reese, undefeated, versus Cody Brundage. Jarkar Close versus Joe Selecki. Steve Garcia versus Melquizael Costa. Don't really know much of these except for Reese and Tate. But the main card is actually pretty solid. NVIDIA at the 450s. Yeah, NVIDIA at 465s right now, guys. 465s. So, we'll see. LSU went undefeated at home this year. 9-3 overall. Yeah, you got to respect him. He's boring, though. Will NVIDIA pump up to those high analyst price targets of 1,000? I don't think so. Not anytime soon. The previous high is right around 505. It's actually a little bit higher than this. During earnings day, it ripped up to 520s for NVIDIA. So it ripped up to 520s on this day. You just can't see it because I guess they don't consider it a high unless it hits it during actual market hours. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Bitcoin's been moving up. A lot of whispers about the potential Bitcoin ETF coming out. Yeah, Jeremy Stevens. Honestly, bare knuckle fighting championship is really fun to watch. What you'll notice is the nuance, how it's much different than like MMA or UFCs, right? Like when you hit somebody with your knuckles, dude, it cuts their face wide open, bro. Like if anybody's actually been in a real fight, which, I have, of course, and I'm sure most guys have to a certain extent. If you hit somebody with your knuckles, it cuts their face open. You know what I mean? And so the reason BKFC has like a big audience and it's easier for them to compete relative to like other startup promotions in MMA is that aspect of it. The other part of that is it's much harder to block without gloves on. Like boxing gloves, you can kind of go like this and like protect yourself. With just your knuckles, you know what I mean? Like what you see a lot more head movement, a lot less trying to block punches because it's not going to do as much. You can still block them, but it's certainly not as effective as with gloves on, and a lot more head movement is what you see. You know what I mean? And that makes it just a lot more entertaining. So I might actually watch that event. We'll see what happens. Pfizer, I think I'm still in Pfizer. Am I still in Pfizer? I am. I'm still in Pfizer. I'm down in Pfizer, unfortunately. And that's okay. We'll see if the market treats me good today. Again, we got Powell coming out today twice. We've got manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. Manufacturing PMI at 10. We're going to keep an eye on that too. Bob is selling his Tesla stock. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Tiny. Here's the difference. All right. Like, a lot of people are critical of MMA relative to boxing. Boxing is actually far, far more dangerous for the fighters than MMA is. And I'll explain why. All right. In MMA, you get dropped, you get TKO'd in MMA, like the fight's over. In boxing, you get TKO'd. They let you do a 10 count. You stand up, you're going out there again. You get hit again. They'll give you another 10 seconds to stand back up. And so what happens in boxing is it's continuous. You get TKO'd, you get back up, you get TKO'd again. A couple rounds later, you get back up. You get TKO'd 3-4 times in a boxing match relative to MMA where you get TKO'd once, right? And so what that means is that boxing is going to be much worse. Like, much more boxers are going to be punch drunk at the end of their career and have CTE versus MMA fighters. Because again, MMA fighters, they're either getting choked out or, you're getting TKO'd once and that's it. Boxing is much different. Boxing, you get TKO'd over and over and over again, as well as like more volume of punches in boxing as well. So it's actually much more dangerous. PMI is manufacturing economic reports, Joey. So PMI is manufacturing. It's a gauge on strength or weakness in manufacturing. Typically with PMI, 50 is neutral. So if it comes in over 50, it means strength in manufacturing. If it comes in below 50, it means weakness in manufacturing or a contracting manufacturing sector is what it typically means if it's below 50. Above 50 means an expanding manufacturing sector. And so today with manufacturing PMI, which is stated to come out right at 10 a.m., they're expecting a contracting in PMI data. So ISM manufacturing PMI for November is expected at 47.6, signifying weakness in manufacturing. So again, higher is typically seen as better for manufacturing. Lower is going to be seen as worse for manufacturing. But the market might not be as easy to gauge there as you might think it will be. All right, because like the market wise, the market might not necessarily want strength in manufacturing. The market might not necessarily want strength in manufacturing because of inflation fears. So it might be something in which like lower manufacturing is seen as better or worse. Man, look at this. We called the break of the NASDAQ right on the nose here, man. I might have to find the clips of this video so I can kind of splice them together and post it because we were exactly right. Again, you'll never hear the end of it, team. You'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, I don't know if Jerome Powell today is going to influence the market heavily, even though he's speaking twice. The first one is he's doing a conversation with the Spelman College president at a fireside chat. And we're not in a, or wait. Let me see. All right, so yeah, the blackout period for the FOMC meeting hasn't started yet. It's generally a week prior. The Thursday following is when the blackout period is. And again, we're not in the blackout period yet regarding the FOMC. So he could speak about the economy today. I'm not saying he's going to, but he could. We'll stream it all live. We'll see what happens. The pre-market's open right now. So again, the market has three stages: closed market, pre-market, the market has three stages: closed market and stocks. That is. So there's the market close. That's between 8 at night, and I think it's 4:30 to 5, depending on your broker. 4:30 to 5 Eastern time the next morning. So from 8 o'clock at night to 4:30 to 5 p.m. the next morning, or 4:30 to 5 a.m. the next morning, the market's just purely closed. Again, the time it opens depends on your broker, to be honest, as well as the closing time. That's the first stage. It's just closed market and stocks. The second stage is called extended hours. It's pre-market and after hours. It goes from like 4:30 to 5 a.m. in the morning to 9:30 is pre-market, and then from the closing bell in the evening, so from 4 to 8 p.m. is after hours. So 4 to 8 p.m. after hours. Market's technically open in extended hours trading, but you can only use limit orders. And pre-market, same thing. Market's technically open, but you can only use limit orders. And then, so that's second. So we got closed market. We've got extended hours, which is pre-market and after hours. And then we have market open, which is from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. Those are the three stages. Yeah, all good. Yeah, 4 a.m. it is. Maybe that might be it. Again, it varies depending on the platform there, specifically at what time pre-market opens. They are now 24-hour tradable stocks. Yeah, I know the SPY and the Q are both tradable 24 hours. If you actually look at the SPY, it doesn't actually close ever. So you can look at extended hours. It goes from 4 p.m. all the way to midnight, all the way to the next day. So the SPY doesn't ever close. I don't think the NASDAQ does either. Yeah, the NASDAQ doesn't ever close either. So the Q and the SPY both never close. The NASDAQ futures contracts never close. Because again, you got to understand, the Q is the same thing as the NASDAQ. The Q and the NASDAQ are the same thing, right? So yeah, the Q and the NASDAQ, same thing. SPY and the E-mini are the same thing, basically. Not the same thing. The prices are different, but they have the same price action. So like if I zoom in here on the Q, you can see kind of an M shape. If I zoom in on the NASDAQ, you can see the same M shape. Same thing, All right, guys. We're also, speaking of that, man, we should have been trading. Should have been trading the NASDAQ because we got that trend line exactly right. A little bit flat now, though. Oh, on some stocks you can, Lewis, but it varies, dude. Tesla mooning. I mean, it's not mooning right now. Bitcoin at 39K. All right, again, NASDAQ's very, very flat. Again, we got manufacturing PMI data today. And the Q is bearish right now. I mean, it depends on which time frame you're looking at. John, do you have a stock long-term portfolio? Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you consider long-term. I'm holding stuff. I'm holding swing trades and investments right now in stocks. This investment portfolio or swing trading, whatever you want to call it, includes Apple, AMC, ARM, Amex, Citigroup, Chewy, Etsy, Ford, Gold, Google, Home Depot, Honeywell, Coca-Cola, MGM, Microsoft, Netflix, Nike, Oracle, Pfizer, PayPal, RTX, Snapchat, SPY, the Square, Tesla, Tyson Foods, Walgreens, Walmart, and Exxon. Currently on this portfolio as we speak, we're up about $1,500 on the portfolio. So not too bad. But we also took some profit off a couple of days ago, which influenced how much we're up or down. So again, I'm certainly not telling you to copy me. I don't, All right, guys, remember we got Big Papa Powell dropping at 11. All right, so we are getting a little pullback. So we're at the trend line now that we previously drew, which is actually followed really, really nicely here. Really, really nicely. People talk about the GTA 6 trailer coming out. Yeah, retest at the top of the trend line. All right, guys. Hey, we got about, until PMI data comes out, we got about an hour and 10 minutes. All right, so we're sitting tight. I don't really like the NASDAQ right now. Bitcoin actually breaking down a little bit too. I'm trying to check the news. I know we have some Fed speakers. We also had some Canadian unemployment rate numbers. Like Canadian unemployment was neutral. It's like, where are you getting Bitcoin price from? Coinbase is 38.4. I mean, number one, Larry, the price of Bitcoin varies from platform to platform. A lot of people take, a lot of people take trades based off of the difference in the spread in price in crypto because each platform has different. I'm looking at Bitcoin futures, which is currently at about 38.7, 38.8. But again, it varies from platform to platform. All right, so again, Grayscale is preparing for its Bitcoin ETF launch with the hiring of Invesco ETF executive as the managing director to head distribution and strategic partnerships. All right, guys. You guys ready here? I'm ready. Yeah, Tesla's still testing this bottom low. Let's launch 234. 234 seems like a reasonable level here. So the NASDAQ's starting to finally flush down here. It's been testing that trend line for a minute. Again, we finally broke the trend and it's still kind of trying to hold. We're going to put this up too. And we're going to try to trade the NASDAQ here directly. We're already up a little bit on the day here. We are trading on TopStep. TopStep funded account program and futures. TopStep gives you a demo. They test your skill, and if you can pass the test, they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. Again, if you want to day trade, guys, I always tell people the truth. Most day traders lose money. That's just the reality of it. Like most day traders lose. Doesn't matter what course you take, who you follow, what guru you have mentor you. Almost all day traders are going to lose money in the beginning, and that's normal. You know, you got to pay market tuition. And the reality of it is to respect risk management. You kind of need to lose in the beginning, because if you don't, you're not going to understand how fast you can lose, if that makes sense, right? Does that make sense? And so first part is almost all new day traders lose money. Now, you can either be stubborn and put the money up yourself and risk thousands of dollars to do so, or you can be smart and try a funded account program like Top Step. Top Step, they give you a demo. The base one's a 50K demo in futures. And in the futures market, you can basically day trade the Q. You can basically day trade the NASDAQ, or you can day trade what's called the NASDAQ E-mini. You can basically day trade the SPY in what's called the E-mini, the S&P 500 E-mini. You can day trade currencies, gold and silver. The patterns are very similar to stocks. Like, again, if you look at the NASDAQ and you look at Tesla, it looks very similar today. And you can day trade this right side here in futures, no PDT rule. And so, again, they give you a demo. They test your skill. The base one's $49. And so if you lose, your risk is $49. You can always reset it if you want and all that good stuff, but your risk is $49 for the base one. But if you're good enough to pass it, they fund you 50K with a 90% split. And so you still keep 90% once you're funded anyway, if you're good enough to pass it. But if you lose, you're going to lose generally much less than you would. It's a great way to learn day trading with less risk. Just taking the challenge builds your skill, and it's a great way to learn. If you want to check it out, they are a sponsor of mine. I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can, or anything like that. I can't guarantee you're not going to lose money. Of course, nobody can. They're a sponsor of mine. They pay me money, and so I'm biased in their favor. But I truly do think they're very good for new traders, because new traders are going to lose no matter what they do, and this is a much cheaper option. Instead of putting up thousands yourself. If you want to check it out, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Put the link up. You can also find the link in the description as well, team. You can also trade crypto to a certain extent. Like, I can trade crypto futures. Again, I showed people this earlier. Somebody asked me to test it earlier, and I did. Like, I can put up micro Bitcoin futures and actually trade this on Top Step. And so, again, weird. Look how much Bitcoin looks like Tesla right now. Big up high, pull back since then. Big up high, pull back since then. Interesting for sure. But yeah, you can trade crypto. I think if you're going to trade, the liquidity is pretty light. And so if it was me, I would be taking much longer term trades, but that's just me. Yeah, that sucks, Ty. Right, exactly, Hark. That's really the way you have to look at it, brother. Like, even if you can't take a payout, you're probably going to lose less than putting up the money up yourself. MicroStrategy is trending. We didn't really have any earnings today either. All right, guys. So again, NASDAQ super flat, super choppy ahead of the opening bell today. We still got 30 minutes. All right, team. All right, so we got a little pullback on the NASDAQ. Again, very flat. The only real way to trade this is to trade the chop, but I think that's risky as well because it could honestly break out of this chop anytime. And so my hands are off on the NASDAQ right now. You can see Tesla on the left side is at 234s also. And again, we do have manufacturing PMI coming out in a couple minutes as well. So y'all be ready for that. We do have manufacturing PMI. Let me get this out of the way. So we got our poll numbers here. Again, I think we're probably going to be able to hit the. I think we're probably going to be able to hit 120,000 subs today, guys. Probably. Now, I'm not sure we are. I hope we are. But I think we're probably going to be able to hit that today. Again, remember, we got Powell at 11, which is pretty big too. All right, so there's the NASDAQ finally starting to look weak. Let's see if it continues down. All right, team. Sorry, I'm trying to title. All right, this should be pretty good. Again, y'all bear with me, team. We are. Get this out of the way. Get that out of the way. That should be good. All right. Okay, we also have Powell today. Speaking of subscribers, I'm going to throw this bad boy in sub-only mode here. Again, NASDAQ's still pretty flat. Not really doing that much. Hey, thanks, Ricky, my guy. Thanks, brother. I appreciate the support, man. Yeah, I give my advice. If you get funded, scale down your size. All right. Because again, the biggest mistake, the biggest way people lose funded accounts is by trading too large and trying to trade too large. You know what I mean? So if you get funded, scale down your size. Tesla just cracked under lows. It's at 234s right now, 234s. All right, so we got a little bit of a dip here, a little bit of a pullback. NASDAQ. something here. All right, so we are getting a little pop back up here, team. We are getting a little pop back up. Again, we're very flat, though. I think if we start to break down, I might short a little bit of this. I'm going to short right here. Again, I understand it also might not work, but I'm going to short a small size here and see what happens. You know, just a very small trade here. See if we can get something good brewing. All right, so we're flat. Let's see if we can break down. All right, so we're starting to break down. All right, so there we go. We're up about 25, 20. I'd like to get a little bit more here, but we're also right around sideways action. So there we go, 25, 30. And 20. Now we're back up to flat. Now we're back down 25, 30. I'm going to go ahead and scalp that. We should have just made about 35 bucks right there. Currently on the day, we are up about 110. So 110, we'll take that. Not too bad. Yeah, we still got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. All right, so we're still starting to flush again. Look at Tesla start to break down. All right, so Tesla starting to break down is what it is. So Tesla starting to flush. Now it's starting to bounce back up. But again, look at Tesla breakdown. I'm trying to see if this is going to influence the NASDAQ in a negative way here. John, I'm a software engineer. Best advice to keep learning and level up my career. I mean, number one, like I do software, but I'm certainly not a back-end dev, right? And so I think if you want to have the best chance of leveling up, number one, just keep learning different languages, keep learning different databases. Personally, what I think if you want to have the best chance of success, see what the most desired skills are in your area, and then learn those things, you know, as well as like build a good portfolio. If you can find it in an area that you're interested in, it's even better, right? So if you can learn an area that you're interested in, it's even better. You know, that's my advice to you. But again, I don't necessarily have the resume to be able to give that advice. So again, take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, so again, today the news is this, right? We got manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. today. We got Powell speaking at 11. So we got Powell speaking at 11. I'll probably just stream right through it all and just kind of stream all of it if I can. And then Powell speaks again at 2 p.m. today. Dell had good earnings. Did it really? I didn't see. Bitcoin's still flushing down here. Still in that kind of sideways trend, though. Yeah, we're bouncing up a little bit. We're at almost 16K. I'm back-end software. We're Python, Django, web dev, and Amazon Web Services. Oh, that's good. That's not really my forte. But yeah, I mean, just learn, just diversify your skill set. You know what I mean? If you're back end, maybe learn front end too, so you could be full stack and like figure it out. The other option is to like specialize. And it sounds like you're specializing at back end, and that's great. But like, specialize in one nuance, like trading as an example, right? Like you get really good at trading development, and you turn into like your skill set is really broad in that area, in that sector. Then it's going to be much easier to find jobs. All right, again, NASDAQ very flat, very sideways. Tesla crack lows at 234, sitting at 233s right now, 233s. The NASDAQ's not really following suit. It dropped a little bit. You can kind of see it follow to a certain extent here. And this is what I mean. Like, if you want to know why, like, you can kind of see how closely these potentially follow each other. Like, big drops, small bounce. Like, we got exactly the same thing. Now, if the NASDAQ ends up following Tesla, it could come back down like this. But it doesn't always follow Tesla. Tesla's like the number 9 weighted stock of the S&P. What did Dell come out with earnings yesterday on? Us? They had good earnings. What were they? Dell posted third quarter EPS of 188, beat 147. Pretty big margin beat, but it missed estimates of revenue and sales, which is pretty bad, right? So like a lot of the time, sales is the most important metric in that regard. So like sales is big because margins are the or EPS is the margins behind the company, right? But revenue is like the ceiling. So lower revenue means lower ceiling, and that usually is a pretty bad sign for a lot of companies, right? So especially lately, a lot of companies have been reacting more so to revenue and putting more weight on revenue, I should say, relative to everything else. And guidance, of course, but can I get a job in trading? I mean, you could. I'm not going to give you one. I'm not hiring anybody. I don't need to hire anybody. I've had a lot of people that want to work with me, but it's like, look, bro, like this is a small YouTube channel here. Like we don't need like anytime I've tried to hire anybody, like what I get versus what they do is usually pretty small, not saying they weren't great, not saying I didn't need them or use them, but like, it's just not worth it. We're too small. It's not a very smart, business decision, I guess is the easiest way to put it. Like I have some contractors that work for me, but I don't need like a full-time employee. I just don't, Pawn's my number one dude that works for me. He's a pretty good dude, pretty reliable. What do you think about Amazon? Amazon, I don't know regarding Amazon. It looks like I was right though, man. So okay, so I remember somebody was like, hey, or no, maybe it was Netflix. Was it Amazon or was it Netflix? Either way, like somebody down here was like, hey, I've got a put option in Netflix, right? And I'm pretty sure it was like, let me see. I'm pretty sure it was like back here. They were like, yeah, I got a put option in Netflix. And I remember telling them, hey, look, like, I think Netflix might have some room. Maybe it was the other side. I don't know. Hopefully it wasn't a call option. But what I told them was like Netflix is still pretty extended on the downside, and so they could bounce back, but maybe it wasn't. I can't remember what direction. Alberto, Elon is tweeting. Is he really? Let's see what he's got to say. All right, Elon is saying. Elon's not tweeting right now. Yeah, Elon's not tweeting right now. Maybe fake Elon, not the real Elon. Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia down to 467s this morning. 465s, I mean, now. So Nvidia is still kind of weak. Yeah, I already saw the Cybertruck. You can look at the Cybertruck tiers right here. If you go to tesla.com/Cybertruck. You can see the different tiers of it. You got to order now. So the Cybertruck rear-wheel drive available in 2025 is going to be about $50K. All-wheel drive delivery in 2024 is going to be about $70K. The Cyber Beast, which is the one that beat the Porsche Boxster, 96,000, just under 100K. Thing does like a 10 point something second quarter mile. Again, look at the NASDAQ. Look at Tesla. I don't know. I like the Cybertruck, man. A lot of people don't like it. I think it's going to turn heads. But it's a very subjective thing. It's kind of like saying, is chocolate cake good? I love chocolate cake personally, but somebody might hate chocolate cake, you know? All right, team. All right, so again, you can kind of see how the NASDAQ and Tesla follow each other very closely. All right. Sideways NASDAQ, but slightly bearish action, I would say. Look at that Bitcoin. Bitcoin's acting the same. Look at that gold. Gold is acting the same. So really, we got chop ahead of PMI data. It might be chop ahead of PMI. It also might be Friday. It also could be Powell speaks later. Like, there's a lot of reasons the market could be flat right now. But Tesla, the one stock that is not flat is Tesla. Tesla breaking lows again. Just cracked lows. I'm going to go ahead and short the NASDAQ a little bit more here as Tesla falls down some more. We've got a cushion on the day, so if we lose here, we're back to break even, and that's all right. I'm not going to take crazy big size, and if Tesla starts to rebound fast, I'm just going to have to cut the trade and find another thing to get involved with. But Tesla retracing back down. Yeah, I don't like Tesla bouncing right here, even if it ends up coming back down. Look at that bounce on Tesla. I'm worried that's going to move NASDAQ back up, so I'm just going to cut it and still be pretty green on the day, up about $100. And yeah, we'll see. Oh, man, dude, I was absolutely right. Biggest miss out trade ever. I'm not going to jump back in here. Actually, I might. Let me see. All right, I'm going to try it. We're going to take one short here. Just missed out on the big move, unfortunately. A little bit of FOMO. I can't even lie. A little bit of FOMO. We're flat now on the trade. See, the Nasdaq's right around this low here too, which means like if we end up cracking it, we could break down heavy. But flat so far on the trade. Let's see if it works. Flat again on the trade, up a little bit now. Nasdaq still coming down, up $10, 15, choppy back and forth. 15, there we go, 20, 25. I'm just gonna go ahead and lock that in, little baby steps here. Again, we're up about 110 on the day now. Made the miss that we had. Unfortunately, we could have made a little bit more, but I think I gotta be smart. All right, so we got another little pop back up. I might short this again and see if we flush right back down. All right, so we flush down a little bit. Now we're slightly green. Now we're up a little bit. There's Tesla cracking lows. This should pull the Nasdaq down. I'm gonna actually take a little bit larger size here, take somewhat of a swing. Look at Tesla cracking lows again. Tesla's a heavily weighted stock, so it should help me here. But if it doesn't, we got a nice cushion, so it's not gonna be the end of the world if we end up just kind of ripping up in my face right here, which we kind of are. All right, now we're right back down. Now we're flat. I don't like this down wick. All right, so now we're down about break even here. So I'm gonna have to start to get really careful about where I cut this so I don't lose too much money. Oh man, I look the other way, dude, and my trade is just up a lot against me. I'm gonna have to cut this here. Now we're down about $100. Still hasn't been the opening bell yet, so maybe we'll get some better plays here. And again, yesterday we're up about 1,000 in this account, so like it could be worse. You know, $100 isn't the end of the world down. But again, Nasdaq's trending weekly, or in a weak way, I should say. And again, we'll see if we get some better movement here. All right, so now we're bouncing back up. Tesla's bouncing back up too. Gold bouncing back up. Bitcoin moving back up. right, Tesla's still trying to head down here. Testing a lows, consolidating right around lows. All right, guys, we got the opening bell in 7 minutes. Team 7 minutes. All right, so we're starting to dip a little bit in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can end up bouncing up a little bit. 6 minutes, guys, a little bit less than that, actually. Let me see what the chat says. Tesla 220. Yeah, Tesla's been weak. Yeah, I mean, what you guys saw me do there is I built up a cushion and I took larger risks with that cushion, and then I didn't pay enough attention to it because I looked the other way. And when I looked the other way, it ended up ripping up a little bit, but my risk management still worked and we got out of it where we should have. See if we continue to get some dips here. All right, guys. Hey, and remember, we got manufacturing and services PMI. Or no. We have just manufacturing PMI in about 35 minutes. 35 minutes. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. And again, we got 4.5 minutes left. 4.5 minutes. All right, we'll see if the opening bell gives us a little bit more. Tesla's still really consolidating around the bottom here. Still right around 232.50s. We got 4 minutes here. Let me check the chat. I don't think any stock will fly up today. Well, some stocks are definitely going to fly up. It just we don't know which ones, of course. Tesla is an interesting one to watch because I think Tesla and NVIDIA are both going to have a big influence over stocks today. No, we're also keeping an eye on the E-mini. I'm bullish, but that's all subject to change. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really hard to tell right now. I still think we got 30 minutes until we got manufacturing PMI dropping, and so that might influence things. Like Powell later on this afternoon might influence things. So I think we got a lot of stuff going on. All right, we do have the NASDAQ ripping up some. Hey. All right, guys. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, Powell's. I mean, it depends on whether Powell talks about the market or not, which we really don't know whether he's going to. That's what is going to be the biggest influence. Is does Powell speak on the market like that? And again, we really don't know if he's going to or not. All right. Sideways chop. We got 1 minute here, team. 1 minute. All right, guys. Sideways action. All right, here we go. Opening bells. 20 seconds. All right, so there's the opening bell. All right, we got some big drops here, guys. Big dips. Big pullbacks at the opening bell in the markets right now. Big pullbacks, big dips. See if we get some continuation in this weakness since the open. Again, Tesla's down a lot. See if we can follow through here. All right, so NASDAQ cracked lows, although interesting enough, Tesla is actually starting to bounce back a little bit here. We'll see if the NASDAQ follows it. Look at Tesla bounce all the way back at the opening bell. NASDAQ shorts. Yeah, NASDAQ rip it up again. A little bit of a lag there. I hope you guys can see how that happens, where we have a little bit of a lag there in the NASDAQ. Starting to move up a little bit. Let's see if we have this big upwick. NVIDIA's moving up with us, right? So if NVIDIA moves up and Tesla continues to move up, the market might follow suit. Look at Tesla, back up to 235s here. So again, a lot of bullish action. Tesla increasing. NASDAQ retracing back down now. Let's see what Apple's doing. Apple's weak right now, so that's the only other one that might mean chop, because if Apple's weak, Apple's the most heavily weighted stock in the market, right? So if Apple's weak, that might mean the whole market is weak. So again, we'll see. Kind of torn right now on what to do with this, but NASDAQ looking really weak. Breaking lows on the NASDAQ here. Again, it's mostly from Apple right now that I see. NVIDIA's dipping down heavily too. So again, Apple breaking lows. Tesla coming back down under the 200 EMA as well. Starting to get some weakness though. Look at that weakness in the NASDAQ here, ahead of Powell. I still got the trend line, doesn't mean anything thing. All right, look, Tesla's getting really, really weak right now too. Like really, really weak. Nvidia looks really, really weak here as well. Popping back up. Again, last thing we have is Powell today at 11. We got manufacturing PMI at 10 in less than 30 minutes. All right, NASDAQ shooting back down again. Watch Apple, though. There's the NASDAQ crack lows again. Tesla crapping back down, too. There's the NASDAQ again, just dumping down under lows. Again. Tesla dumping down under lows again. Nvidia dumping down under lows again. Interesting enough, the S&P is not really following it as much. We'll give it time. JP Morgan looks green. Look at the NASDAQ just dumping down. What's really interesting is that the NASDAQ is doing the opposite of the S&P 500. Right, so the S&P is bouncing. The NASDAQ's dumping under lows again, mostly from Apple crapping down under lows, dragging the market down. But it's still very surprising that the market's not coming down with it, or on the SPY at least. There it goes. Look at the NASDAQ weakness showing up. Yeah, tech is probably considered more overvalued right now, is my guess. Again, I'm watching Apple, though. I'm watching all the other ones. You got the harp playing in the music. Yeah, tech, probably. Filled all gaps, maybe. Okay, look at Tesla coming down to 232. Apple just broke lows, team. So Apple just cracked under the lows of the day. SPY bouncing back a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to put up the E-mini here, team, so you guys can kind of see what's happening. But again, look at Tesla. Look at Tesla right here. So Tesla starting to push up and test the VWAP level here. We'll see if it actually hits it or not. But it's trying to push up and test the VWAP level. Again, we'll see if it actually slaps that number or not here. Again, I'm going to put up the E-mini. It's over the VWAP now. E-mini is just pretty choppy right now. Like, look at this. Flat, boring, choppy. So E-mini has been much worse to trade, I would say, than the NASDAQ lately. What's the US 30? The Dow? Is that the Dow? me look at the NASDAQ again. The SPY just doesn't look that good to trade here. NASDAQ's got more momentum look, but like, all right, guys, we got 20 minutes. Amazon. Amazon's pretty flat today. It's slightly red day for Amazon. And again, if you haven't already, check out TopStep. TopStep funded account program and futures. They give you a demo and they test your skill. And if you can hit the target on the demo without hitting the max loss, they fund you the same amount. Base one's $50K. You pass it, you get $50K in funding with a 90% split. If you lose, you're only out $50. But if you're good enough to pass it, you get a 90% split. In my opinion, it's the best of both worlds. It's a way to learn day trading with less risk. Most day traders lose. When I first started, I lost thousands of dollars. And so instead of risking thousands like I did in the beginning, you can risk $49 for the TopStep combine base one, a little bit more for the higher combines. Again, they give you a 50K demo on the base one, and you day trade futures. And in the futures market, I can day trade essentially the Q price action in what's called the NASDAQ E-mini. I can day trade essentially the SPY price action in what's called the E-mini S&P. Again, you can kind of see Tesla looks really similar to the NASDAQ today as well. So you can kind of see how similarly they move. But you can day trade this right side with no PDT rule, instant settlement. You can buy market, sell market throughout all of pre-market. There's no PDT rule, and it's a great way to learn day trading with less risk. They're the most legit one in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders every year, pay out millions in actual withdrawals, and have been around for over a decade. So if you want to check it out, here's the link. Again, Apple now testing the 200 EMA. Amazon technically green on the day now. Tesla moving up, testing the 200 EMA. The NASDAQ's basically rebounding all the way back from the drops that it essentially made today. And so, yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA's now technically green on the day as well. Over 467s, almost at 468 for NVIDIA. So all right, NVIDIA now over the previous closing price, technically green on the day now. Apple currently at 189.70s, 189.70s. Okay, all right, love you.
He's done with all of his work.
Good, good. You want to say hey to the stream? Sorry, I'm making Carol say hey to the stream.
Hello.
Carol's here, guys.
Morning.
Hey, bro. How you doing? You want to say hey to the stream? What's up, dude? Hey, man. How you doing, man? The family's here.
Yeah.
Hey, that's right, Jack. Thank you. Thank you, bud. Love you guys.
All
right.
We'll be back.
All right, love you guys.
All right. Love you.
Y'all be safe.
Okay, let's wait.
Hey, thank you, 7-5. All right, guys. NASDAQ still sideways. All right, so we got a little dip. Tesla's still very flat on this Friday. I guess the market's waiting for manufacturing PMI. I'm going to put a timer up so we can see when it drops. Oh, wait, we have, hold on, guys. Wait. We have, we've got regular manufacturing PMI for November, which might give some foresight into what they might do for the other one for ISM. But regular manufacturing is expected at 49.4. It drops in a minute and a half. So it drops in a minute and a half. But the big one drops in about 16 and a half minutes or so. All right, so the big one drops in about 10 minutes. Or in about 16 minutes. All right, guys. Again, NVIDIA technically green on the day. NVIDIA technically green on the day. Apple's pushing towards technically green on the day. Hi, man. I could really use a tip. I have hard time recovering after a bad call. You got any tips? Trade smaller. Scale down your size, bro. You're probably trading too large. If one bad call means you're doing, you're struggling, you're probably trading too large, brother. Depends. If it's a funded account program, I mean, you got to take risks, right? And like in a combine account, like I can, I lose combine accounts trying to get funded, because you kind of have to sometimes. You got to take big risks in funded account programs. Once you're funded, though, you should really scale down size and trade smart and trade safe, right? So if you look at my funded account programs on Top Step as an example, right? And if you look at my funded account programs on Top Step, these funded account programs are like, watch, let me show you. My Express 2 funded account programs are from freaking October and August. I went from, look, let me show you. So the 2 accounts I'm funded in are from October and August, right? Look. August and October are where the 2 funded account programs are. So basically what I mean by that is like I've kept them around. I haven't lost those funded accounts for months. And again, the reason is because you got to scale down your size. Guys, when you trade them, you got to trade smart. You got to trade safer. Maybe trade with less volume. Scale down your size. It's going to be the better move. All right, guys, NASDAQ is moving up here. So we did have manufacturing PMI drop. Manufacturing PMI came in exactly as expected at 49.4. ISM manufacturing PMI drops in 15, though. ISM manufacturing drops in 15, and we do have ECB members speaking right now as well. 49.4. You can see that link right there, 49.4. ISM numbers drop at 10, though. So that's just the small one. We got the Fed. One of the Fed members speaking again today also. All right, we got Big Papa Jerome Powell speaking today, guys. We don't know how much it's going to affect the market. We'll have to wait and see. The market looks kind of flat in anticipation of this report, too. A lot of crazy moving penny stocks on the upside. Moving. The world right now on fire. Realtors and mortgage brokers. Anybody want to buy a house? It's still a good time to buy, guys. Right now, the problem with real estate is very simple. Okay, as a real estate agent myself, I'm not giving out real estate advice. All right, but I'll tell you the problem. The problem is that the conventional appeal of buying a home is that you can buy a home and your mortgage is going to be less expensive than your rent. Conventionally, your mortgage is going to be less expensive than the rent you're paying, right? And so you're going to be able to own a home and pay less than you would renting by basically putting up a larger down payment, so forth and so on, right? Right now, in modern real estate, Apple now technically green on the day as well. Right now, it's the opposite. Right now, it is way cheaper to rent than it is to get a mortgage, or at least it's close. It's definitely not cheaper universally to get a mortgage anymore. At this point in time, a lot of places rent's much cheaper than mortgaging. And so the reason for that is that interest rates are so freaking high right now at 8%, and again, 8% isn't even that high conventionally. Like 8% is pretty normal and pretty average if you zoom out long enough. 8% is pretty normal. They were much higher back in like the 80s, you know. But the last decade or so, prior to the last 2 or 3 years, the last decade had interest rates of like 2.5%. And so most people don't want to refinance right now, because if you refinance, you're going to go from paying a 2.5% interest rate to a freaking 8% interest rate or higher. And nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to pay 3 times more for their mortgage than they were 3 years ago. Nobody wants that. And so again, people can say it's a great time to buy a home. It's really not unless you got cash. You got cash, different story. If you're paying a mortgage, it's probably not the time to get a mortgage right now. This is the point. Yeah, for sure, hustle. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be waiting for interest rates to drop. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes here. 10 minutes until the data comes out, guys. 10 minutes. We'll see if we get something good. Again, the market's kind of neutral. I'm pretty skeptical of trading right now. There's the NASDAQ sitting right at the bottom of this range. Gold prices, we can take a look. My first mortgage was 8.4% with a 2% FHA discount back in 1989. Yeah, in the 80s, interest rates were hot. But again, the problem is that now everybody's used to 3 years ago, which was 3 years ago. Again, 3 years ago, it was 3 years ago, interest rates were 2.5%. You compare that to almost 9% right now. You're basically paying, nobody wants to pay 3 or 4 times more for their home mortgage than they did 3 years ago. You know what I mean? Despite what's conventionally normal, you know. PMI was already at 945. Well, one of the PMI was, but again, you have ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. Regular manufacturing PMI already dropped at 945, but we have the ISM, which is the Institute of Supply Management PMI reading. Expectations for that are 47.6. 47.6 for ISM manufacturing PMI data. That drops in 9 minutes. So again, that's going to have a much bigger influence, John, Riz, than the one that dropped at 945. There's multiple dropping today regarding manufacturing PMI, brother. Again, Apple still up. It's at 190s. Technically green on the day. Gold all the way up to 2060 right now. 2060. Equities portfolio is still slightly red, but that's all right. Right, baby boomers aging in place, people with low interest not moving to upgrade, 100%. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to refinance and mortgage their home again because they're going to go from paying 2.5% to 8%. Nobody wants that. You know, I know a lot of real estate agents, a lot of mortgage brokers are struggling right now. They're struggling because they went from the boom in 2021 when interest rates were low and housing was crazy to basically nothing right now, especially during the winter, basically nothing, right? A lot of them are struggling. You know, some even turned into like haters, right? They were struggling so much they turned into just like haters, you know, because again, like for me, I have this business, bro. And this business makes more, you know, than a lot of other businesses. I'll put it that way. And again, I have a couple other businesses as well, but like, you know, envy is the root cause of a lot of problems in life. All right, guys, we got less than 8 minutes here, less than 8 minutes before manufacturing PMI data comes out. We got Powell speaking in about an hour and 10 minutes. We're going to stream that live like we always do as well. We got Powell again at 2 p.m. today. You're going to stream that also. I just hope Powell doesn't speak over an hour because, again, I got something I got to do at 11. All right, guys. Hey, we got 6 minutes. How important is this data? It's relevant. Is it going to have some crazy big influence over the market? Probably not, but anything could happen, but probably not. So yeah. Is uranium a good buy? I don't know. Is it? Market's very flat. Tesla is the most flat right now. I can definitely see like a symmetrical looking triangle on Tesla, or maybe a symmetrical wedge. You can kind of see it right there. Like a symmetrical looking wedge right there. NASDAQ still sideways. All right, guys. Hey, we got less than 5 minutes. All right. Again, Tesla breaking out of that range. All right, team. All right, guys, here we go. 3 minutes here, team. 3 minutes. We got about 600 people here. I think we're in sub-only mode already, right? Pretty sure we are. Yes, we are. Good, good. Again, guys, let's see if this report moves the market. I don't think it's going to move it as much as Powell, but it should. All right. All right, so now we're pulling back a little bit again. We got 2 minutes. All right, team. Here we go. We got 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Sorry if I'm a little quiet. Powell's at 11. Again, this ain't the biggest report, but Powell will be. All right, team. Good luck to all that's trading today. Yeah, we'll see. Again, markets are starting to bounce back. I'm going to get rid of this trend line that we have here. All right, here we go. 45 seconds left. 45 seconds, guys. GameStop. Is GameStop still going? It is, man. Hey, up to back to 16. 1750s is the previous highs. All right, guys. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Sorry, my timer's going off, but it's not quite there yet. We actually got 20 seconds. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button, guys. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. Okay, hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. And here we go. ISM data. 47.6 is what's expected. 47.6. Here we go. And here's the release. Right there. All right. NASDAQ popped up a little bit. ISM manufacturing PMI came in lower than expected at 46.7. 46.7 versus 47.6. 46.7 versus 47.6. Lower than expected. Initially, the market has moved up a little bit here. But it is lower than expected for manufacturing PMI. It came in at 46.7 versus 47.6 expected. Lower than expected. Manufacturing prices also showed up higher than expected at 49.9 versus 46.2. But yeah, manufacturing PMI lower than expected. Lower than expected. We'll put this up on screen so you can see it. Lower than expected at 46.7 versus 47.6. Lower than expected. Initially, the market did pop up. Tesla did pop up a little bit. Gold popped up some also. And equities overall are starting to move a little bit higher. But yeah, that's it right now. All right, so NASDAQ's starting to turn back down a little bit after this report. Again, subscribe, team. Data is probably going to be interpreted as good because, the market's trying to push down, the Fed's trying to push down the labor market. And so what does that mean? That means they might want PMI to be lower than expected, like more weakness in manufacturing relative to convention, because, again, they want to push down the labor market. That's something that Powell's been very consistent in saying. And so with manufacturing coming in a little bit weaker, that might signal that push down that the Fed wants, i.e. the market reacts positively, right? That's how I'm interpreting it. And that's what I told you guys before this report as well. And that so far has been what's happened here. Again, I'm not saying it's going to continue, but so far that's kind of been what's gone on. All right, and yeah, look at the NASDAQ. Look at Tesla pop up. Almost green in our equities portfolio now. Gold moving up a little bit as well. Gold popped all the way up to 2066 as we speak. 2066. And stick around. We're going to stream Powell coming out soon. Powell coming out soon. All right, so look at that rip for markets here, guys. Market did rip up pretty big here. It looks strong. Yeah, gold price is at 2066.5 right now. Look at the NASDAQ pop. So we did get some movement here, some action. And again, if you want to day trade with me, day trade on Top Step with me, guys. Day trading on Top Step is the cheapest way to learn day trading with less risk. It's a funded account program where they give you a demo. They test your skill. If you can hit the target on the demo without hitting the max loss, they fund you between 50 to 150,000 with a 90% split. And they pay out millions and fund thousands of traders every year, pay out millions in actual withdrawals. The reason they're useful is because most day traders lose. And so you can put up thousands yourself trying to learn and probably lose, or you can put up a very small investment of 49 bucks. They give you a 50K demo. If you can pass their testing, and you got to make 3K without losing 2K in the demo account, 2 to 3 ratio, reasonable. If you can pass that test, and just taking the challenge builds your skill. But if you can pass that test, they fund you the same amount. So if you can pass the 50K demo account challenge, they fund you 50K with a 90% split. And so the split is similar to what you would putting up the money up yourself, 90 versus 100, but the risk is noticeably less. Day trading futures is very similar to day trading stocks. There's no PDT rule. You can buy market, all that good stuff. And there's no PDT rule in futures. It's actually what most pro day traders trade. If you want to check it out, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm definitely biased in their favor because they pay me money. But again, if you want to check it out, there is the link. Great way to help support your boy here in this channel. right, guys, gold up to 2068s here. Might buy this. And again, this is on Top Steps funded account program. We're trying to buy the NASDAQ here. Overall, the market's been kind of flat, but this is what I would consider good data here. All right, there we go. Pop up. All right, so we just made about 75 bucks like that. Very quickly, very quickly. Yeah, Powell coming out soon. Guys, Powell coming out soon. Should I start another stream or should I just turn this stream into a Powell stream? What do you guys think? Should I start another stream and just turn this one into Powell? Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we'll do that. We'll just turn this one into Powell. All right, guys, stick around. We're going to stream the entire Powell event. All right, so we got a pretty big pullback here. All right, so we got a little pullback. Part of me wants to buy this dip again. So we had all right, guys, get ready. Let me see what else we got here. Get rid of that. Switch the keywords around. All right, guys, bear with me, team. Bear with me. Let's get rid of some of these. Getting everything ready for the Powell speech, team, so bear with me, guys. All right, let's get rid of that. All right, we should be good here. All right, guys, so we are ready. Again, market's kind of flat in anticipation of this. We're going to put a timer up so you guys can know. exactly how long this is going to be. This is going to be at about 52 and a half minutes. 51. This is going to be about 50 and a half minutes. Going to put 50 up there. There we go. All right, guys, we are ready. There's the NASDAQ. We'll try to trade this a little bit too. You think the Dixie overextending to the downside? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, we got Powell. Oh, I gotta switch to my thumbnail here, team. You guys know how my thumbnails are. Top 3 thumbnails in the world right now for sure. Nah, I'm just joking. Hold on. Yeah, these are always fun. All right. There we go. There we go. Got our thumbnail updated. Again, we got Powell at about an hour. Yeah, Powell has 2 speeches. He's got one at 11 and one at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to go ahead and buy this. I like the move. We made a little bit a second ago. But again, the market's kind of flat. It is a Friday. Tesla event was yesterday. Blue chips are going up and down and sideways. And so, all right, we're kind of flat here. Yeah, I'm definitely top threes in the world for sure. Okay, move it up. Gold, move it up. All right, there we go. We're slightly green. Come on, man. Papa needs a new pair of shoes. All right, we're going to go ahead and lock that in. Scalp it. Probably could have held on to it a little bit longer, but that's all good. I don't know what the market's going to do. All right, gold's still heading up. Hey, guys, gold's still moving up here, team. Whew. Y'all remind me to switch my headphones out, though, before Powell speaks, okay? Remind me. All right, we got PMI data. Helped the market a little bit. It wasn't like a crazy good help or anything like that, but it helped the market some. All right, so NASDAQ moving up. Watch Tesla here. We also got to keep an eye on like NVIDIA also, to be real. Oil moving? Yeah, Powell at 11 Eastern. So in like 45 minutes. Where's that calendar here? Hold on. Not this calendar. That calendar. All right, guys, got a little pullback in the S&P, a little bit pullback in gold, a little bit pullback in the NASDAQ here. Let's see if it continues. You see me yesterday. Look at the E-mini too. Like people are talking about gold. And so we'll see what gold does. But like look at oil. It's not gold. I could trade gold here, but look at oil. Wait, what is oil? What's the current symbol for oil? I'm trying to put it in, team. When I try, it doesn't show up. Like, look, CLZ3 is what I thought it would be. Maybe it's CL. Calendar spread, CL. Futures. What am I doing wrong here? What's the oil spread on Top Step? No, in futures, guys. In futures. I know USO is US oil. I understand. I'm talking about in futures, team. What's the future symbol? CLJ4. I mean, that's one of them. It's pushing up. Yeah, all good. Yeah, I mean, here's oil to a certain extent. And it's harder to see. Here's gold. Here's gold. Well, the gold's a little bit light. The best thing to trade, probably, I guess, is the NASDAQ. Or the E-mini. All right, but guys, we got Big Papa coming out. Question is, how long is the speech going to be? There's so many crypto freaking scammer posts on social media, though, unfortunately, man. Like, there's so many freaking sketchy crypto coins where it's like as soon as you post, they're trying to spam you with like really sketchy. If you gotta promote your crypto coin like that, it's probably sketchy. You know what's one of the really interesting statistics, right? One of the most interesting topics, I think, is intelligence correlated with entrepreneurial success, right? Like, you might think that the smarter people come out on top in entrepreneur ventures. But to be honest, studies show that's not necessarily true. What it actually shows is the more sometimes, okay, here's an example. Right? Here's an example. Rob Dyrdek is a prime example of this, right? If you ever watched The Fantasy Factory with Rob Dyrdek, you know, they had an episode, which I'm just going to, for the sake of this argument, I'm going to pretend that, you know, they're telling the truth, which I think they are, but like, even if they're not, for the sake of this argument, I'm going to pretend like I'm telling the truth, right? Rob Dyrdek did this episode of Fantasy Factory in which they all took IQ tests. So they had Big Cat, they had Drama, and they had Rob all take IQ tests. Right. And prior to that, they speculated on who had the highest IQ and who didn't. Right. Rob had the lowest IQ out of the bunch. Right. But Rob Dyrdek is almost a billionaire right now. And so Rob Dyrdek is a perfect example of this, in which sometimes the least intelligent people succeed in business. right? Why is that? Is the question. Why is that? One of the things is that to be successful in business, you have to persevere and be very consistent. And so a lot of the time, like, and Rob's not dumb. I think his IQ was like 103 or something like that, 102. So it's pretty average. But like, he's massively successful because of perseverance. He's even got perseverance tattooed on his arm. And so I think an interesting dynamic of that is like intelligence correlated with entrepreneurial success. Sometimes the really smart people get in their head is essentially what I'm meaning. Like sometimes the really, really smart people get in their head. They don't like interacting socially as much. They're less entertaining of people. And overall, because of that, because they don't mesh as well, because the easiest way to put it is because to be successful, sometimes you have to play social politics, right? And sometimes really smart people are not the best at that. And so they have a harder time doing that. And I think it's a really interesting thing if you kind of start to research it. Market's still very flat. Maybe it's waiting for Powell. Powell's doing two different speeches, 10. So one of them is with Spelman College, at 11. And then the other one is a roundtable event where he's going to be speaking with a lot of other people regarding, I can't remember what the other one was. Hold on, give me a second. Let me find this. Yeah, the other one is a roundtable discussion with Governor Lisa Cook at Spelman College, right? So they're two different things. One of them is a conversation with the president using a fireside chat. The other one is a roundtable at 2 p.m. Eastern time with Powell and Governor Lisa Cook is what it is. So that's what it is. We got a little bit of I would say like a head and shoulders pattern showing up on the NASDAQ. You don't have to be smart to make money. Yeah, I just think it's a really interesting nuance of like, you know, sometimes I'm not saying they're dumb. Like Rob Dyrdek, I think is a very smart dude. And I think one of the bigger problems is that we look at IQ in such a binary way, right? Where it's like, if you score high on an IQ test, you're smart. And if you score low, you're dumb or whatever it is, right? But I think, you know, they always have the idiot savant. Have you ever heard that term? It means that like people are dumb in a lot of ways, but in one area, they're freaking genius. It's called a savant or an idiot savant, is, you know, in some ways they call it that. And so I think people are smart at different things. And I think just because you lack in one area doesn't necessarily mean you lack in another. And I think a lot of the time with IQ tests, they're looking specifically at problem solving and logic. And, you know, that might be a little bit too one-dimensional of a test, of course. And I think that's why you see people who might not be as conventionally smart succeed over people who are conventionally smart, is because because of that. Sorry if I'm ranting here. I'm just having a talk. Again, you guys know me. I usually get my trades in and then I'm done. Not really having the best luck trading today. And so I'm slowing it down. And the market has shown to be like, this is a very choppy looking market. Like, look at this. It's very flat. Very flat, very choppy. Like, this is pretty neutral price action. I think the whole market's waiting for Powell to speak. Gold suddenly shooting up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the market's trying to push up too. Don't you prefer choppiness? No, not necessarily. I prefer momentum, which is the opposite of choppiness. Gold is pushing up. Gold up to 2070s. Look at gold right here. If you look at, maybe there's a better gold symbol. But yeah, gold's pushing up. It's at 2070s right now. Here's the E-mini. Looks like a big flag pattern on the E-mini now. How does the stock market react if Jerome Powell just says 42 and then walks off stage? I mean, I think it breaks highs, no? Look at NVTS. Let me know what you think. All right. Recent IPO? No, this thing IPO'd. Maybe not a recent IPO. I mean, I don't think it looks horrible, but I also don't think it looks great either. I think the pros of this is that if the microchip sector tends to start taking off, then this thing could really run. But it's also a really small cap microchip stock. Looks like a much smaller microchip stock relative to some other ones. And so in that regard, I think there's the smaller cap the company is the risk, but maybe the potential bigger reward too. And so I'm kind of neutral on it. I don't think it looks as bad as a lot of penny stock charts. But I don't think it's obviously as safe as something like Amazon or Apple or Nvidia or other AI or tech stocks. Yeah, I'll get the link. Here, let me find it. I got you. Yeah, so guys, if you want a free reset right now, guys, if you want a free reset, here's the link right here in chat. I'm going to put this up on top of the chat. I'm going to pin it to the top of the page. So up until 11 o'clock today, you get a free reset. And so again, I'm going to pin it to the top. Up until 11 o'clock today, you get a free reset. There's the link at the top. Again, if you want to try out Top Step, if you haven't signed up yet, again, I'll put the link right here in chat. Here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Check them out. Only 49 bucks. And again, if you go to the link pinned to the top, you get a free reset. Again, it ends at 11 o'clock today, so it ends in about 30 minutes. Check it out. All right, guys, we got 30 minutes before Big Papa Powell speaks. What are your thoughts on the SPY hitting 452 today? Where's the SPY at right now? I mean, it's possible if Powell says something negative. I think it's still unlikely. I think that's a lot of movement with a day in which we don't have a ton of economic stuff coming out. Powell's speaking, but the question is it going to really widely affect markets? We don't know. So I think that's a pretty far away move, but it's possible. I don't know if I necessarily think it's probable, but it's possible. You know what I mean? Also, do me a favor, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, guys. Again, Powell speaking very soon. Yeah, sorry, Cubano. That's how it goes, though, brother. Now you got another one. And so if you really want, swing hard. You know, again, I can't tell you that. Again, you should get the reset by the end of the day if you sign up to that before 11 o'clock today. So that's really what it is. So good luck, man. All right, guys. Again, Powell. We got big boy Powell speaking again at 11 o'clock today, guys. 11 o'clock. We still got 30 minutes. 30 minutes. You can see the timer up on the top left. Short squeeze happening. I don't see one right now. It's pretty neutral. Again, I think the market's waiting for Powell. I think the SPY is pretty flat on the day overall. It's very neutral. It's right around the previous closing price. And so I think it could be higher. It could be worse, but I think it's been pretty neutral. All right, E-mini starting to flush down. GameStop even pulled it back down. GameStop ripped all the way up to 16s. It's back down to 15s. You know, the big thing squeezing GameStop up is the potential Yeah, the email said, yeah, it's gonna be valid until 11 o'clock. So it's gonna be valid at 11 o'clock. They're gonna send. So if you sign up if you go to that link, they're going to give you a free reset. They're gonna email it to you at the email you provided sometime before the end of the day, as long as you sign up and fill that form out before 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today. So you got another 30 minutes. Yeah. I'll sign up for one. I mean, I might as well get a free one too. Swing for the fences today, guys. You know, good luck. All right, so again, markets still kind of break it down. Tesla's break it down. Look at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is going to have a heavy influence over markets. And again, Big Papa Powell is going to have the biggest impact here. S&P still breaking down. NVIDIA looking weak. Again, a lot of it looks like a head and shoulders bear pattern to me. So the code is going to be good after today. I'm pretty sure you get one free reset link emailed to you by the end of the day. Again, go to the link. It'll tell you the rules there. So like if you go to that link, it's going to tell you the rules, and it's going to say, once the form has been completed, you will receive your code by the end of the day. SPY looking very weak. Team very weak. Again, we're sitting here waiting here, team. Sitting here waiting. Sorry, I wanted to check something there. I still see weakness here in the E-mini. I might short this and just hold this like one contract longer term, take some longer term range trades, because scalping's not really been working for me as much. Bought it right at the bottom. Look at me. That's probably a bad buy now that I look about it. I'm just getting bored, which sucks, but yeah, I'm just kind of getting bored, letting boredom affect me too much here, team. But the market's looking weak. It's testing lows. A lot of it is flat, probably in anticipation of Powell today is my guess. The link pinned at the top of the chat. I mean, Top Step's better, McGregor. But I mean, of course, I'm sponsored by Top Step, but I think they're better. I think the rules are easier. Disney dividend has returned. Has it? Well, if yeah, so Disney did reinstate their dividend of $30 per share. That's pretty good. Nice. Disney down a lot too, honestly. Disney's been dipping back a lot. I might buy them back up here. You know what? I will. I'm gonna buy a little bit more of Disney here at 92s. Market's so flat around this Jerome Powell meeting, though. It's just so sideways and neutral. Let me try gold. Is there a better gold symbol that I can find here, team? Like, is there a better gold symbol? Because, like, the only gold symbol I can get to show up, GCZ3, is what I'm used to, is this. And the liquidity is just so light that it's just not looking that hot. You know what I mean? It just doesn't look that hot. Like the other one, there's some other options here too, but yeah, let me know if you have any other options. I just don't see any good ones, you know. This is the best one, but let me see if the chat knows some. GC is front of the month. Yeah, I might just wait for Powell to speak. There's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's looking like the best thing to trade, but even it's still pretty flat and boring. What about him, Richard? I'm staying out of politics, bro. I don't talk about politics. Just not my, as Austin Powers says, it's not my bag, baby. You know. I'm just not interested in politics. I don't get super involved in it. I don't root super hard for any side. I stay pretty neutral. I mean, I'm a capitalist, of course, but like anybody that trades stocks and claims not to be a capitalist is silly. But yeah, outside of that, you know. Is the US 30? Yeah, the US 30 is the Dow, right? Right. I always get I think the US 100 is the NASDAQ. The US 30 is the Dow. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All right, NASDAQ starting to move up. Hey, guys, we got 23 minutes here. 23 minutes. Let me see where our sub numbers are at here, team. Hey, guys, we need less than 500 subs to break 120,000. I'm pretty sure we're going to do it today, but listen, team, everything we do here is free. We don't sell a course. We don't sell our own service. We don't claim to be experts. We don't act like gurus. We have no paywalls behind our content. Even becoming a member doesn't give you anything extra because we are it's super important to know we don't have any paywalls behind content. And so if you appreciate free content where we drop Jerome Powell speeches, we stream all the big earnings reports and cover all the big earnings releases. We day trade live every weekday morning. We cover CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales, unemployment, GDP numbers. We stream the data as soon as it comes out. And during these reports, we have thousands and thousands of people here. We streamed the Tesla Cybertruck delivery event and had over 5,000 people here live. And so if you want a reliable place that's going to both trade live, talk about trading, talk about the stock market, trade futures, trade stocks, talk about market news, economic reports, all that big stuff, and you want a one-stop shop for all of it, subscribe, guys. You know you want to. Try it one time. Might feel good. Sorry, team. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys, talking to my wife right here. But yeah, so again, Be ready, guys. Again, hit that like button as well, team. We appreciate the love. Thanks so much. Let's get this. Powell speaking dump. Yeah, I took out the trash, guys. Hey, I took out the trash. All right, you're welcome. I did take out the trash. All right. Hey, I'm going to switch my headphones now so I don't forget. Because if I forget, then then we risk the stream cutting out during Powell. Over 1,000. And sheesh, dude. Top 3 most handsome guys ever right now. What's your expectation for gold? I don't know, man. Gold's probably going to follow the market overall like it normally does. Not always, though. There's some small nuance differences, but yeah, gold's probably going to follow the market. All right, guys, we get Big Papa Powell speaking soon here, team. Speaking soon. Yeah, we got 18 minutes. There might be a timer for anybody asking when it happens. There might be a timer in the top left. Normally, yeah, usually we have what's called a Santa rally in December. It doesn't always happen. It's not something that I would necessarily bet on, but we get one a lot. We do get one a lot. And so, yeah, typically we have what's called a Santa rally. And I'm hoping we get one this time. But nobody freaking knows exactly if we will or not. And, we'll see. I'll probably stream the second meeting as well today, depending on what it is, but I'll probably do it. I think the second meeting might have even more influence. I think the second meeting might have even more influence because the second member is with Governor Cook. And so with another member of the government doing a panel with another government member, they might say more regarding our economy than today, which is with Spelman College. Still, I mean, again, we're going to stream both of them most likely, but I think the chances of economic influence on the second one that drops at 2 p.m. today, which again we'll probably stream, is much higher. So just hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, team. We appreciate that. Again, I'm really shooting for us to break 120K today, and we're currently at a 119.6. So I think we can hit it. But again, hit the sub button, guys. We appreciate the love. Thanks so much. NASDAQ felt, US 30 will follow. The market's so flat right now. Again, here's the market, team. Right? Like, this is basically the market since the open. That's the market since the opening bell. Very sideways, very neutral, very boring. All right, so again, this fireside chat today, guys, just to put this into perspective, right? This fireside chat is with the Spelman College president, Helene Gale. Helene Gale. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell her name. Let me make sure. Yeah. All right. Put that up so you guys can see it. US 30, please. The Dow. You want to see the Dow? I mean, we can put the Dow up. Here's the Dow. Dow looks a lot like the SPY really today, though. Here's the Dow. It's right around the VWAP and the 200 EMA. On the Dow's on the left, the Nasdaq's on the right. You like toss? Yeah, I like toss. All right, guys, we got 15 minutes. Got about 800 people here live, 15 minutes ahead of this. It should be fun, guys. We'll see what we get. Yeah, it could be lag on your end, Jonathan, but again, it's on your end, brother. Just one of the easiest ways to do it, Jonathan, if you want to know how to keep up with it and not have any lag behind it, is to put it at a slight fast forward speed. So put it at 1.25 speed, and it's going to basically be the same, but it's going to catch up if it lags behind. You know what I mean? You can put it at 1.5 as well, or 2 times speed, and it should sound the same, but it's going to catch up if it lags behind. That's one of the tricks to get around it. All right, guys. Again, we got about 800 people here. You guys ready for Powell? Do this team. All right. Market's still quiet ahead of this report. Thanks for the tip. Hey, all good, bro. All good, man. Somebody else told me that here. I had a couple people tell me that's the trick. So yeah, all good, brother. Well, NASDAQ closed positive today. Let me see what poll we got. We got a poll going live. Does the market close green today? 54%. I'm going to end this poll. We got over 1,000 votes on it. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll, and we're going to put another poll up asking, will Powell's talks today help the market? Cause bullish or bearish action is going to be the poll. Bull, bear, and then we're going to leave a third one from viewer request of I don't know. Vote on the poll. Let us know how you feel. We got about 900 people here live right now. Why is Microsoft so weak? Microsoft's up a lot though, brother. You got to understand, like Microsoft's up a heck of a lot amount. You know what I mean? So Microsoft's not going to go up forever. Probably has to do with chip stuff coming out. I saw some political stuff regarding chips. Next week's pretty busy. We got a U.S. job report, China CPI trade data, Bank of Canada rate decisions, and more stuff next week. We got unemployment and payroll numbers next week as well. It's going to have a big influence over markets. And again, we're going to stream the whole thing live like we always do. Again, I'm not saying I'm refreshing to see if I'm going to hit 120 subs today every 5 minutes, but I'm definitely refreshing every 5 minutes. Subscribe, guys. Dude, listen, try it one time. You know, don't make me put Sarah McLachlan out in the arms of the angels. Help a struggling YouTuber. Hit the subscribe button, team, please. Don't make me beg here. All right, don't make me beg. I'm just joking. I would never beg you ever. Please sub. Again, NASDAQ down at 15.9K. We'll see if it actually holds. The Dow actually moving up over 36K at 36.1K right now. NASDAQ at 15.9 thousand. We'll see if it holds. Need to show a puppy. I know, dude. Honestly, my mom. You know those dog commercials where it's like dogs feel emotion, trust me. But like having like sleep in a dog's eyes does not mean it's crying. Dogs don't cry like people think they cry. You know, dogs don't cry like people. And so the commercials were always hilarious to me, not because I didn't have empathy for the dog, but because they make the dogs look like they're crying, and then they play sad music pandering to like human emotion. And my mom used to just break down in tears every time she saw those commercials. Sarah McLachlan in the arms of the angels helped save a crying puppy, you know. And like I always just thought that aspect of it was funny because like humans like put human emotion into dogs, and dogs do have emotions. Of course, they do have obvious empathy. They get their feelings hurt, like they get jealous. They feel pain, of course. And I love dogs. I'm a big animal person here, but I just always thought that type of commercial was hilarious. It was funny just because they know what's going to get a bunch of rich old ladies money, you know? And I'm okay with it, I guess. Listen, get their money. It's not for a bad cause. Where do we watch Powell's speech? Right here. It might say right there. Powell starts speaking at 11 a.m. We covered live right here. This is for a fireside chat with Spelman College President Helene Gale. Subscribe to chat, team. We appreciate it right here. Yes, we're going to stream the speech. The speech isn't started yet. The speech happens in 9 minutes. We're going to stream the whole thing live. Actually, thinking about that, I probably should structure this a little bit better. We'll put the NASDAQ up, the Dow up, or should we switch? Should we have the Dow on the bottom and the NASDAQ on the left side here? I think is what we're going to run with. Here's the NASDAQ on the left. And then here is, we put the Dow on the bottom right here. I have to squish this and roll it to this way. And then let's get the speech ready here, team. Hold on. All right, they've got terrible hold music on the charts right now, but that's all right. That's all right. All right, guys, here we go. All right, let's make sure, yep, we're live. Put this up here. Let's put the NASDAQ up on the right. All right, we're waiting here, guys. We're waiting. Let's do this. Yeah, again, make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. Hey, bud. How you doing, dude?
Not the best.
What's wrong? Yeah, let me mute it. My son just got like expanders in his mouth. Yeah, I know, dude. Love you, buddy. You might have to eat some. You might have to
Remember to subscribe. I've already said to subscribe. So subscribe.
My son Jack's telling you to please sub. Hey, thank you.
Please.
Thank you, bud. Love you, buddy.
Love you.
Thank you, man. I did. I saw it.
Huh?
Yeah, I did. I saw it.
So we just gotta do a crank every night. So we gotta.
He's got to crank it once every night, like turn.
There's
Yeah,
a key
there's
that
the
goes
that
into it.
turns.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's a key
No.
that kind of.
We got 1,400 people here, so they know about it now. Here, wait, don't go on that side. Nope, get away from there. Thank you, sir.
Did you show the stream? I don't know.
No, I can't show it. You know. Yeah, we got Powell speaking pretty soon. So, yeah. All right, buddy.
Can
Hey.
they hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Hello.
Love you, bro.
Subscribe.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. All right, hey, we
a
got
lot
to
of
cover
people have
Powell.
already subscribed. Please
Alright.
subscribe.
Thank you, buddy.
Subscribe.
Thank you, buddy. Love you guys. Good job, man. Yeah, good. Tough. All right. Hey, baby, you might want to close that door if you can. I don't know if he's going to talk about interest rates. We'll see. Again, we'll see. I think it's more plausible that he's going to talk about economics and stuff like that at the 2 p.m. meeting, because at the 2 p.m. meeting, he's meeting with Lisa Cook, who's the governor, Governor Lisa Cook. And so and again, I might be wrong, but I just thinking about it, I think if he's talking to a governor, he's going to have more likely of an urge to talk about politics and interest rate potential, stuff versus Spelman College president. I'm not saying he's not going to talk about important economic stuff today here. I just think it's more possible that he talks about it. In the 2 p.m. meeting, but we'll see. Again, we're probably going to stream both of them, so don't worry here, team. Again, if you haven't already, checked out my other sponsor. It's a company called Chart Prime. It's a trading view indicator service you can use in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Like, I use so many of these different indicators. Just to put it up real quick, look at the reversals today. And again, look at the buy and sell signals. Again, guys, I can't fake this, right? So look at the reversals. Again, it's just custom trading view signals. Of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. But just looking at it like this, look at the reversal signal, drop, reversal up, bounce, reversal down, drop. Those 3 for 3, I think, today. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. But that's the Market Oracle regular one. We can look at the Market Oracle Pro, which is a little bit more short term. But look at this. Sell signal, dip, buy signal, worked, sell signal, worked, buy signal, worked. The strong ones are even more profitable. Look at that big, nice bounce there. And again, this is just a small piece of what they offer. So this one might not have worked. This one worked. This one worked. Strong buy signal. Check out the strong signals here. Look at the strong one coming in here. Boom, bounce. Strong one coming in here. Boom, bounce. Strong one coming in here. Big bounce. And again, you can keep going back, test it. Buy signal worked, sell signal worked, buy signal worked, strong worked, buy. That one probably didn't work. That one worked. Again, test it yourself. There's also chart patterns. I can use this on any time frame. I can put it on an hourly time frame and use it there. It's a company called Chart Prime. Of course, it's a sponsor of mine. There's so much stuff. If you do the lifetime subscription, you can get their back tester, which is really, really nice. Again, there's so much stuff that they offer, and that's just a small piece of it. Again, if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. I'm definitely biased in their favor, again, because they pay me money. But if you want to check them out, again, I'm always transparent. They're a sponsor of mine. I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. I'm biased definitely in their favor because, again, they're a sponsor of mine. They pay me money. But pretty cool company. I only accept cool companies as sponsors. I only have 2 sponsors. And so if you want to check them out as well, check out this link. Again, guys, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes here. Again, we got about 2,000 people here live. About 2,000 people here. Odds of Powell dropping the F-bomb. What are the odds that the environmental activists show up today, bro? Listen, I have streamed every Powell event that we've had that's been live over the last year straight, basically. All right. Lately, team, listen to me. Lately, the environmental activists are lurking in the shadows, waiting for Powell. They're just waiting for Powell to come out. They're lurking in the audience. They're just waiting for him to say something. And he got mad at them last time. We actually saw Powell curse last meeting. He said, "Shut the blanking door." Powell, the GOAT. Are they lurking in the shadows today, ready to pop out and be like, there you are? Will they come out again, guys? Will they come out again today? Let me know in chat. Right now, let me know in chat. Hey, we got 2.5 minutes here, team. 2.5 minutes. Are they waiting? That's the question. Always waiting. Just a quick recap. Y'all can hear the music, correct? I just want to make sure y'all can hear the music, right? Also, guys, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. It's a funded account program in futures. Great way to learn day trading. Most day traders lose. I lost thousands when I first started day trading. That's pretty standard. Most day traders lose. There's a way to limit your risk when you learn, and most pro day traders trade futures because the liquidity is better. This is the QQQ basic price action here in futures. I could day trade it, buy market, sell market, all that good stuff. No PDT rule in futures. And the cheapest way to learn is these funded account programs where they give you a demo, they test your skill. If you can pass the test, they fund you. If you can't pass the test and you lose, you're going to lose less typically than you would putting up the money up yourself. Great way to learn how to trade. There's free funding coaches. Once you're funded, there's a 90% split. So you're keeping most of the profit anyway. After the profit you build once you're funded. And so it just makes sense. It just makes sense. If you want to check it out, here's the link. Although, again, they are a sponsor. I'm biased in their favor because they pay me money as well. You can check them out right here. All right, guys, this thing starts in 1 minute here. We got 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Be ready. Y'all can hear the music, though, correct? Okay, good. Yep. All right, cool. All right, let's get the timer out the way. Let's watch what the NASDAQ and Dow do. Again, the NASDAQ and Dow are both on the side. Dow's on the bottom. NASDAQ is on the left. All right, guys. All right, so again, y'all can hear the music, though, correct? I'm pretty sure you can. Again, we're waiting for them to start. You see, we're completely live. They haven't started it up yet. We're going to see how this goes. We're going to see how this goes. Big dip in the NASDAQ. Wow, I wonder what the dip is from. Do we have some economic report coming out at 11? All right, guys. Again, we're waiting. Let me turn this thing off real quick. Okay, yeah, the music's still playing. Again, I'm going to mute this music and put this up live so we can wait. Again, we'll let you know when it pops up. Again, we'll let you know live when it pops up. Waiting for them to start. Yeah, they should be starting any time now. We're just kind of sitting tight, waiting for them to start. NASDAQ moving a little bit here. All right, Fed Powell says FOMC moving forward carefully as risks of both under and over tightening are becoming more balanced. That's what's causing the market to move. All right, so again, we're covering on this. This is what the is causing the market to move right there. Powell says FOMC moving forward carefully as risks of both under and over tightening are becoming more balanced. Hey, thank you. I don't know what kind of money that is, AD, but thanks so much. What kind of money is that? Somebody help me out here. I have no idea. All right, we're waiting for this to start here, team. Waiting. All right, here we go. Pretty sure they're about to start. Music stopped. Hopefully they're getting this up and running here, guys. Again, we're waiting here. Bear with me. Waiting for them to start this. I have it muted until they actually started here, team. So patiently waiting here, guys. Patiently waiting. All right, here we go. Sound check. Once they start, they haven't started yet. Here's a sound check.
Good morning, distinguished guests.
Very low.
Chairman Powell and members of the Federal Reserve Board, including our very own.
There we go. That's better.
Cook, President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, Raphael Bostic, and its members, Spelman Board of Trustee members, administrators, faculty, friends of the college, individuals from institutions throughout Georgia, and the remarkable community of Spelman, welcome. I am Marinette Holmes, Chair of the Department of Economics here at Spelman, and it is a privilege for my department to co-host this momentous occasion. Today marks a historic event in Spelman's 142-year history, the first visit by a Federal Reserve Board chairman. This is a, yes. Yes. This is a tremendous honor for our institution. Founded in 1881, Spelman has been training women to take leadership roles in all sectors of society. Our very founding was an investment in the potential of Black women and girls to use their education for the good of society. Today, we are very proud of the return on investment. Thousands of graduates represent the institution across this country in all areas, and given the occasion, we are especially proud of the impact Spelman women are having within the economic and financial sectors. Today's fireside chat between Federal Reserve Board Chairman Powell and Spelman's President, Dr. Gale, promises to be an insightful discussion on crucial topics such as the post-COVID economy. Under Chairman Powell's leadership, the Federal Reserve has placed a high value on diversity, recruiting a record number of women and persons of color holding seats on the boards of the Federal Reserve banks, including the bank here in Atlanta. We are delighted to acknowledge the most diverse Board of Governors in the agency's 109-year history, including Spelman alumna Governor Lisa D. Cook. Yes, yes, yes. And let's celebrate her for her achievements, and thank her, because the Economics Department currently houses the Lisa D. Cook Scholars, a scholar program designed to address the scarcity of Black women pursuing graduate degrees in economics. And I am now pleased to introduce one of those scholars, Lisa Williams, class of 2025 from Novi, Michigan, a junior economics major with a minor in management and organization, who will introduce today's speaker. And once again, welcome to this historic event at Spelman College.
Good morning, everybody. Jerome H. Powell first took office as the chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System on February 5th, 2018. He was then reappointed to office and sworn in for a second term on May 23rd, 2022. Chair Powell also serves as chairman of the Federal Open Market Committee, the system's principal monetary policymaking body. Chair Powell has served as a member of the Board of Governors since taking office in May 2012. He was later reappointed and sworn in during June 2014 for a term ending January 31st, 2028. Prior to his appointment to the board, Chair Powell was a visiting scholar at the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C., where he focused on federal and state fiscal issues. From 1997 to 2005, Chair Powell was a partner at the Carlyle Group. He served as an assistant secretary of the U.S. Department of the Treasury under President George H.W. Bush, with responsibility for policy on financial institutions, the Treasury debt market, and other related areas. Prior to joining the Bush administration, Chairman Powell worked as a lawyer and an investment banker in New York City. In addition to service on corporate boards, he has served on the boards of charitable and educational institutions, including the Bentheim Center for Finance at Princeton University and the Nature Conservancy of Washington, D.C. in Maryland. Chairman Powell was born in February 1953 in Washington, D.C. He received a bachelor's in politics from Princeton University in 1975 and earned a law degree from Georgetown University in 1979. Helene D. Gale began serving as the 11th president of Spelman College on July 1st, 2022. President Gale previously served as both president and CEO of the Chicago Community Trust from October 2017 to June 2022. Under her leadership, the trust adopted a new strategic focus on closing the racial wealth gap in the Chicago region. For almost a decade, President Gale served as both president and CEO of CARE, a leading international humanitarian organization. As a pediatrician and public health physician with expertise in economic development, humanitarian efforts, and health issues, she spent 20 years with the CDC, working primarily on HIV and AIDS. A previous member of the Federal Reserve of Chicago's board, President Gale currently serves on both public company and nonprofit boards, including the Coca-Cola Company, Organon, Palo Alto Networks, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Brookings Institution, New America, and the One Campaign. She is also an inaugural member of President Biden's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States of America. President Gale is from Buffalo, New York. She earned a bachelor's in psychology at Barnard College, a doctor of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania, and a master's in public health at Johns Hopkins University. She is a full professor at Spelman College, a recipient of 18 honorary degrees, and also holds faculty appointments at the University of Washington and Emory University. Please join me in warmly welcoming Federal Reserve Board Chairman Jerome Powell to the stage as he offers his remarks, and afterward, we look forward to President Gale joining Chairman Powell for an engaging discussion on navigating pathways to economic mobility.
Thank you for that very kind introduction. Thank you, Dr. Holmes and President Gale, for inviting me here. It's very exciting to be here. And I'm fortunate to have been accompanied from Washington by a very distinguished graduate of Spelman College, class of 1986, and a member of Delta Sigma Theta. My Federal Reserve colleague, Governor Lisa Cook. I'd say there's no greater testament to Spelman's historic legacy than the achievements of outstanding women like Governor Cook. One part of that legacy is Spelman's tradition of promoting education in STEM. Governor Cook's research highlights the key role of such education in preparing individuals to be inventors and innovators who can generate ideas that will add to our body of knowledge, increase productivity, and generate higher living standards over time. Her work is just one example of how Spelman women continue to make historic contributions in science, the arts, technology, medicine, and other fields. I look forward to our conversation, and I thought I might frame it up first by talking about the Federal Reserve's ongoing actions to promote a healthy economy and how those actions relate to questions that students in this audience might be asking about the future. For example, I imagine students are wondering what kind of job market and what kind of economy you'll be entering when you complete your education. To start, Congress assigned the Fed the dual mandate goals of maximum employment and price stability, and both of these goals are essential aspects of a healthy economy. Congress also gave the Fed a precious grant of independence from direct political control to allow us to pursue those goals without consideration of political matters. Other major central banks in democratic societies around the world have similar grants of independence, and this institutional arrangement has a strong track record of producing better policy outcomes for the benefit of the public. So let me go to the two dual mandate goals, and I'll start with maximum employment. I'm glad to say that by many measures, the conditions in the labor market today are very strong. A couple of years ago, if you go back, the pandemic was receding and the economy was reopening. The number of job openings grew to greatly exceed the supply of people who were available to work, leaving there a widespread shortage of workers. Today, labor conditions remain very strong, and the economy is returning to better balance between demand and supply for workers. The pace at which the economy is creating new jobs remains strong and has been slowing toward a more sustainable level. That gradual slowing has come in part due to the efforts of the Fed to slow the growth of the economy to help reduce high inflation. After declining sharply during the pandemic, the supply of workers has bounced back as people have come back into the labor force and as immigration has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Partly because of that labor force growth, the unemployment rate has edged up over the second half of the year, although it remains historically low at 3.9%. The increase in labor force participation has been particularly strong among women in the prime working years of ages 25 to 54, which surged to an all-time high earlier this year and which remains high and above pre-pandemic levels. Wage growth remains high, but has been gradually moving toward levels that would be more consistent with 2% inflation over time. So real, which is to say inflation-adjusted wages, wages after inflation, are also growing again as inflation declines. Turning to price stability then, the second part of the mandate, we have a longer run goal of 2% inflation, and after running below 2% for over a decade, inflation increased sharply in 2021 in the United States and in many other countries around the world. High inflation imposes a significant hardship on all households and is especially painful for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Beginning in early 2022, we reacted forcefully, raising our policy interest rate and decreasing the size of our balance sheet to help slow the economy and bring down inflation. And inflation has now declined to 3% over the 12 months ending in October. But if you factor out energy and food prices, which tend to be volatile, you get what's called core inflation. And we look at that too. That is still on a 12-month basis, 3.5%, well above our 2% objective. However, over the 6 months, now looking at more recent data, the 6 months ending in October, core inflation is actually running at about 2.5%. And while these lower inflation readings of the past few months are welcome, they're highly welcome, that progress is going to need to continue if we are to reach our 2% objective. The high inflation that we got beginning in 21 initially emerged from a collision between very strong demand and pandemic-constrained supply. And the normalization of supply and demand conditions that we've seen has played a critical role in the disinflation, the coming down of inflation so far, as has the substantial tightening of monetary policy and overall financial conditions over the past 2 years. The strong actions that we've taken have moved our policy rate up and well into restrictive territory, by which we mean that tight monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. Monetary policy is thought to affect economic conditions with a lag, and the full effects of our tightening likely have not yet been felt. The forcefulness of our response to inflation also helped maintain the Fed's hard-won credibility, ensuring that the public's expectations of future inflation remain well anchored. Having come so far and so quickly, the FOMC is moving carefully forward as the risks of under and over tightening are becoming more balanced. As the demand and supply-related effects of the pandemic continue to unwind, uncertainty about the outlook for the economy is unusually elevated. Like most forecasters, my colleagues and I anticipate that growth in spending and output will slow over the next year as the effects of the pandemic and the reopening fade and as restrictive monetary policy weighs on aggregate demand. The FOMC is strongly committed to bringing inflation down to 2% over time and to keeping policy restrictive until we are confident that inflation is on a path to that objective. It would be premature to conclude with confidence that we have achieved a sufficiently restrictive stance or to speculate on when policy might ease. We are prepared to tighten policy further if it becomes appropriate to do so. So we're making decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. And that's an overview of what my colleagues and I at the Fed are working to accomplish. The bottom line, if you're a student, is that we've made considerable progress in reducing high inflation while maintaining a strong labor market with a lot of opportunity for new graduates. The unemployment rate has moved up a bit, but it's still very low by historical standards, and by many measures, it's a great time to start your career. You'll face challenging decisions soon about what professions to enter and what companies and other institutions to work for. Of course, some of you will become entrepreneurs, but each of you has already made one really good decision, and that's coming here to Spelman. Whatever opportunities and challenges emerge, education will continue to be a key to success. Higher education is an investment and not just of money. You're investing your time and great effort to gain knowledge and skills that are preparing you for successful careers. Your success will make for a stronger economy. For our part at the Fed, we're doing our best to foster an economy that gives you the best opportunity to succeed. And with that, I will hand it back to you, President Gale. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay. So he did speak regarding the economy. Really interesting. Markets up some, not a huge amount, but up
so
some.
much. And particularly thank you for that word of encouragement to our students. Sometimes in the midst of what has been a turbulent economy, it may seem a little daunting, but as we say at Spelman, we are undaunted. So, and I also want to thank Lisa Cook for all that you did to make this visit happen, but also for all that you do to represent this school so well. So thank you so much. And to your colleague and our friend, Raphael Bostic, who is the president of the Atlanta Fed, it is an honor to have you here with us. and our colleague from Georgia Tech, Kay Husbands-Fielding. Thank you so much. She's been our co-collaborator in building this. So let me just start. And before I dive in, maybe just start with a few comments about you, or a few questions about you. How did you get here? Okay, I'm a doctor. I know how you really got here. But you're not an economist. You were trained as a lawyer, did investment banking, did some other stints in the public sector. What was your journey? And would the young person, like the young people who are sitting out here today, be surprised at where your path took you?
So my path was, I'll start with when I graduated from college. And I grew up in Washington, D.C., and the whole Washington, D.C. political scene is there. But my parents and my family were not part of that. We were just people who lived in Washington. My dad was a lawyer. But when I graduated from college, I didn't have a plan. I hadn't thought it through, but I did have one thought, and that was that I wanted to be somebody who had a private sector career, but who also came in and did public service from time to time. And I was thinking of people like Cyrus Vance or George Shultz, who had, important private sector careers, but every 8, 10, 12 years, they would come in and serve in the government for a while. That's a unique feature of the US system. You don't really see that that people can have both of those. And oddly enough, that's kind of what happened. So I wound up going to law school. It wasn't that I was dying to be a lawyer, but that was an obvious thing. My dad was a lawyer. I practiced law for just a few years. And then I moved into investment banking because we were working with serving investment bankers, and I could see they were having more fun than we were. So I moved into investment banking, and I really enjoyed that. It was I worked on a lot of mergers. It's a very exciting thing to do. Did that for quite a while. After doing that for a while, I had an opportunity to do public service, and I did move to Washington and serve in the Treasury Department as an assistant and undersecretary under President Bush Sr. Then I moved, so I did that. Then I went back into the financial business and was a partner in a big private equity firm for a while. And now here I am back in public service. So what would you take out of that? One, it is a real, it's such an honor to do public service. And if you have a mainly private sector career and you want to give back through public service, you can do it in this country. And I think I would think this, but I think it's important that people in government positions, at least some of them, have had the experience of being in the private sector. At the same time, I think being in the private sector, I think, is informed by also having worked in the public sector. So those are some things. So that's how it all happened. Yeah, it was pretty unpredictable, but I was willing to change careers and pay the price. And pay the price of having to learn a new field. I had to do that over and over again, but it was worth it.
Yeah. So curiosity is probably another one of the things that spurred you on, which is one of the things we talk to students about all the time. Now, as a leader, you get a lot of high marks. This year's word of the year in Merriam-Webster was authentic. And people often talk about you as being an authentic leader. Could you talk a bit about how you see your leadership style? And authenticity is a tough thing to pull off when every word that you say, people hang on to. So how do you play the role of an authentic leader with such a very, very difficult, challenging job?
So the Fed, I step into a role. The Fed does so many things well and right, and the people I succeed are such heroes, really, and so successful and so good at what they did. So, but I think when I think of myself in that way, I'm kind of a more informal. I'm a relatively informal person, and I really do think of getting to good decisions. Part of it is just having a lot of really smart people around you, like President Bostic, like Governor Cook, hearing what they think, and hearing a bunch of different views, and a little bit crowdsourcing thinking about issues, and then coming to a decision after that. That's a very comfortable decision. So, but that requires you to really hear what people are saying and understand their arguments. So that comes naturally to me. I also I felt that it was important that we substantially increase our outreach to Congress, which has oversight. In our system of government, it's Congress that has oversight over the Fed. And so my colleagues and I spend much more time than we used to going up to the Hill and talking to them and listening to them more. And I think that really pays off. They understand that we're a non-political agency, doesn't use talking points. We're just trying to do our jobs and stick to our jobs. And I think even if they don't agree with what you're doing, and even if it's very difficult times, they know that you're doing your very best and they trust you to do that.
So on that, one of the things I think you have done well, and I would argue your predecessor was good at this as well, is trying to decode the Fed a bit. You know, it is for many still a mystery, and you started talking about the dual mandate and what really is the Fed's responsibility. But you don't have a lot of tools. You have a limited set of tools, if you will, to have an impact on that. But people think that the Fed can do all things for the economy. Could you talk a bit about where your responsibilities and what you are able to do and where others need to take the next step and move things forward, and particularly this interface between monetary policy and fiscal policy and how that works in the real world?
Let me start by saying the things that we actually do. So the thing that I talked about was monetary policy. So we use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability, two equal goals in the law. And that involves raising interest rates and using our balance sheet to either slow gradually or speed up the economy to move the economy toward those goals. We also, though, regulate and supervise banks. We have a broad responsibility to support financial stability to the entire financial system, which we do really through our liquidity tools. That was the original purpose of central banks, was to be there with liquidity, with cash when bank runs emerge. And if there's a facility there that exists, then the bank run doesn't happen in the first place because people know they'll get their money. We also play an important role in the payment system. So we have pretty broad roles. You know, people do expect things of us that we don't really do. And it is really important to respect the line. Most things in our system of government are and should be assigned to the elected branch. Nobody elected us to do things. We're appointed to do specific, narrow, really important things and stick to those things. It's the elected branch of people. They've stood for election. The president has, the Senate has, the Congress has. And it's very important to not walk onto their turf, because those things are consigned to the democratically elected branches. Very few things are assigned to an institution like the Fed that has the protections I mentioned. We serve long terms. We can't be fired except for malfeasance. And Congress would have to pass a law to reverse one of our decisions. No one can do it. So we have to respect that independence by sticking to the jobs that we have, even though it's very frequent. When I testify, which I do a lot, we had a senator speak to us at dinner the other night, and he pointed out that whenever they have, me or a Fed chair in the chair testifying, they always try to get us to support their fiscal policy. Nice. Raising taxes, cutting spending, all those things. And we just can't do that. We have to stick to what we do and stay out of politics. And that's what keeps that independence. And it's what enables us to be that rare thing in Washington, which is a non-political agency that is respected by both sides, where they'll give us the room, they'll criticize us publicly, but they'll give us the room to do our jobs. And our jobs are really critical for every American.
Yeah, and that nonpartisan and people believing in that is so important. There are things that you can do specifically as the Fed, and you talked about them, things that you can't do. But one of the other things that you have as the chairman of the Federal Reserve is the bully pulpit. Could you talk about how you have used that and where you think the limits of that, where is that useful, and what are some of the kinds of things that you use your bully pulpit for? It's
that's a very challenging subject, because of course I have many opinions that stray far beyond our, and all of us do, far beyond a narrow mandate. So the occasions for addressing topics that are not precisely our mandate have to be very few and very selective. So Fed chairs have traditionally been willing to say about fiscal policy, for example, that the US budget, federal budget, is on an unsustainable path, meaning that the debt is growing substantially faster than the economy, which in the long run is by definition unsustainable in the long run. But we don't get into calling Congress out or telling them how to balance how to bring down the deficit, and that we don't do that. I stay out of that because we're not fully achieving one of our major goals right now, which is the inflation goal. So, and Congress has oversight over us, not vice versa. But there are occasions when you have to say something. So, and we were one of many public and private organizations that had to speak up about the George Floyd incident and in that very extraordinary moment in our history. And we did. And I wouldn't take that back, but we don't want to be commenting on political issues except in the rarest of circumstances like that one.
Mm-hmm. We talked a little bit about this intersection between fiscal and monetary policy. I think COVID is a good example of how both the Fed as well as the administration and Congress really put extraordinary measures in place to be able to, as best as possible, control what was a very challenging economic situation. What have you learned from that? What were some of the best practices? What are some of the lessons learned from what was an extraordinary time?
It's tempted to start by saying that, we'll need some more years of perspective to really look back and have a better answer. But I'll give you a sort of in the middle of things, tentative answer. So, I'd start with the fact that the U.S. economy has really been the star performer in the world since COVID. And so, we've had higher growth, we've had a stronger labor market, we actually have had inflation coming down now faster than most other economies. So basically, compared to other countries, we've done well. Looking back, the economy got stronger much faster, I think, than we expected and than most people expected. If you think about, if you go back to the time of COVID, when it was actually hitting in the first half of 2020, you're looking at a situation where the economy around the world is closing, where we don't have any idea how long it'll take to get vaccines, where we don't know how we will reopen the economy. If you can't get vaccines, we didn't know how lethal the disease was going to be. So there were real possibilities that you could be in a longer term situation where you just couldn't get the economy back up to full speed. We just didn't know. And so Congress acted, with no dissents. Imagine that, no dissents passed the CARES Act, which literally put trillions of dollars of potential lending power in our hands. It was so big that we didn't have to use it. The financial markets were kind of closed and they reopened without our having to use this authority. So we made very few loans in the end. It was amazing. But so if you look back on that, what you know now that you didn't know then was that the economy really did recover much more quickly and much more forcefully than we thought. And of course, you would have acted a little bit differently, knowing that. But overall, we'll have to judge this with some over time, looking back over time. Remember how extraordinarily unusual, unique the circumstances were. We hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. No one knew what to do. At the very beginning, there was a question, well, why is the Fed even focusing on this? And then, if you remember, there was a very small stimulus bill that couldn't pass before, and then 2 weeks later, the CARES Act is passing with all this. So it was a moment of great uncertainty and learning.
And so we're still probably in a moment of a fair amount of uncertainty, partly because the economy isn't acting as might have been expected. So sitting now, thinking forward, to the extent that anyone can prognosticate, what are some of the lessons because of what we went through in COVID that might help us think about where we need to go, even though things are a bit unpredictable still.
The economy has repeatedly surprised us and all other forecasters. It's so if you go back a year, not many people, and I'm not aware of any people who forecasted that we would have quite the level of strong growth that we have had in 2023, around 2.5%. A labor market that's still been creating millions of jobs, and yet inflation beginning in June coming down, very meaningfully. So coming down significantly. So, and those are all good things. All three of those things are good things. So we've been surprised on the upside this year. In 2022, when we were raising rates very rapidly, it didn't seem like we were getting any payback from that, but we really did get a lot of payback this year. And we also got the unwinding of those pandemic effects that I talked about. So that's people dropped out of the labor force and they didn't come back in 22. And then they did come back in 23, and also immigration picked up. So all that's happening. So looking ahead, once again, we're still in a place where there is there isn't any experience with year 3 of the pandemic recovery, the last time we had a pandemic. It's just unique. But so if you just take on board what I said about where the economy is and where policy is at a restrictive level, meaning it's holding the economy back. Inflation is still running well above target, but it's moving in the right direction. So we think the right thing to be doing now is to be moving carefully, thinking carefully about how things are going on, letting the data tell us what the story is. The data will tell us whether we've done enough, whether we need to do more, and that's what we're doing. We're moving. I would characterize it as moving carefully.
Yeah, and kind of taking it based on circumstances by circumstance.
Let the data,
Right.
reveal the appropriate path. We don't need to be in a rush now. Having moved, quickly and forcefully, we're getting what we wanted to get. We now don't have to. We now have the ability to move carefully.
So probably my last COVID-related question, but clearly one of the hallmarks of the COVID economy was how globally interdependent we are. Could you talk a bit about your relationship to the other central banks and how during times like that you work together? What are the ways in which you balance each other, and just a sense of how we, as the United States Central Bank, collaborate with others?
Yes. So the central banks meet 6 times a year in Basel, Switzerland, just the central banks, not the elected governments, not the finance ministries. And that wasn't part of my world before I was chair. But so we don't issue communiques. We just talk about, we go there for 3 days and we just talk about what's going on in economies around the world. And also they're cross-cutting issues that we deal with, like how's inflation going, in all the things that matter for the economy, what's happening in labor markets, what's happening with monetary policy. So that's enormously informative. And as you pointed out, nothing proves how global the economy is better than the pandemic,
Crisis,
right? I mean,
yeah.
it was global. During the pandemic, I was in extremely regular, often more than once a day, with other heads of other major central banks by phone. We were the only one. Remember, at the time of the global financial crisis 15 years ago, there was plenty of room to cut interest rates. That was not the case. Our interest rate was really the only one that was far enough above zero that we could meaningfully cut it, which we did. Mm-hmm. But nonetheless, we were always talking, the major central banks were always talking about what's going on, learning from each other and that kind of thing. And it's very important, because when there's an international crisis, you need to know the people you're working with, you need to trust them. And by the way, this is very much replicated at the staff levels between the major central banks, because a lot of when there is a crisis, a lot of the knowledge about what to do and how to do it in our very complex financial system, in the plumbing of it, that rests with the staff as well as with governors and Reserve Bank presidents. But the staffs know each other well. There's a seamless web around the world of people with all that knowledge, which in a crisis, to see them come to work and do what they do is truly amazing.
Do you feel like, having gone through that crisis together, the system of central banks is working even closer together than before?
I think we we don't have the ability to, we don't do,
Yeah, sure.
we don't collaborate on, we each serve a domestic mandate, right?
Right.
Our mandate is to work for the people of the United States. But yes, I think there's a world where we really understand each other and know what we're doing. The dollar is the world's reserve currency, and there are dollar funding markets around the world that are very important for our economy. So we support the dollar as a reserve currency by we have 5 standing swap lines, and we actually opened up 9 additional ones with central banks around the world to support the role of the dollar. It's enormously important in relieving financial stress, and both in the global financial crisis and during the pandemic. So we're very mindful of international economic flows, and it's a critical part and a much bigger part of the chair's job than I would have thought watching from the seat of a governor.
Mhm. Let me talk about an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and I think is also a big concern for many people here in Atlanta, and that's wealth inequality, and particularly the racial wealth gap, which in Atlanta is, I think we're ranked number 4, the 2, 3, or 4. I don't know, Raphael, where we ranked number. We're up there in terms of wealth inequality here in the Atlanta region. Obviously, there are some things that the Fed can do to impact that, but also there are also things the Fed cannot do. I know it's something you have talked a lot about. Your predecessor, Janet Yellen, also talked about that. Could you speak to wealth inequality, thoughts that you have about the ways that the Fed can and cannot be helpful? And I say that also thinking about some of the critique that people have around bank regulations and how that may or may not play into the ability for low-income populations to get access to credit and important things like mortgages and credit for starting businesses. So bottom line, wealth inequality, what can the Fed do? What can the Fed not do? And are there more things that you'd like to see happen to make that less of an issue here in this country?
So one of the things that we do is just really part of what enables us to do all of our jobs is we're careful students, and we hope deep, thoughtful students of what's going on in our economy and in other economies. But one of the things that's been going on in our economy for close to a half century now is this rising inequality. And so the first thing that we do is we collect and publish a tremendous amount of data on this with the national accounts that we do, with the survey of consumer finance and many other areas. If you go to our website, there's an awful lot of data that we collect and put out about disparities in income and just income levels, and by all different kinds of categorization. So we're a source of data, a big source of data on our website. The second thing I'll say is the thing that we can really do, there are 2 things that we can really do with our policy that matter. One of those is to enforce the fair housing laws. So we have powers to enforce fair housing laws. Not all of those powers, they're shared around the bank regulators, but that's an important one. The second one really is, and maybe the single most important thing we can do, is if you look back at the very long expansion that ended with the pandemic, longest expansion in recorded U.S. history, 10 years and 8 months. What started happening in the last 3 years was most of the gains were going to people at the lower end of the income spectrum. The gap between Black unemployment and white unemployment was at historic lows. And there was by the way, the economy was not overheating or anything like that. We're looking at this and thinking, this is so good for the United States, so good for America. And it can go on, it can keep going, and very beneficial. So the thing we can do is use our tools to get back to, it amounts to this, an extended period of strong labor market conditions. We know what that does. That you had companies, we heard the stories like this, companies were going into prisons and finding people who were not going to get out for a year or so, and meeting them and starting to train people and get them, because there just weren't enough workers. So very beneficial, positive things like that were happening. You asked about, the other thing is, we don't really have, it's the elected branches of government that really have the tools that can address these questions of inequality. And that's around education and all the things, tax policy, all those things are really not in our hands. But the tools that we have, we will use. I don't think of bank regulation as being, the point of bank regulation is to have banks be safe and sound. When banks aren't safe and sound and they collapse, they hurt. We saw this in the global financial crisis. It's really, really damaging to the broader economy. You had very high unemployment and at that time, a very painfully slow recovery because when the financial system is damaged the way it was, the economy was just going to grow. It grew very slowly for 10 years. It did grow for 10 years, which was great, but we never saw that 3, 4, 5% growth year that we wanted to see.
So, you mentioned earlier the employment mandate, and that obviously feeds into issues of income inequality and to a certain extent wealth inequality. And the Fed has recently gone from saying just maximum employment to also inclusive employment. Could you talk about that and what that means to you and how you think the Fed can play a role in inclusive employment?
So really the goal is maximum employment, and the insight that we had, and part of it just was what we saw during that long expansion, is that to be maximum, it really needs to be inclusive, meaning you need to be looking. Ultimately, as I mentioned, we don't have the tools to target particular groups or anything like that, but we do look at the data, by racial and gender and income and all of those things, immigrants, native born. We look at that data, and that all of that informs our assessment of whether we're really at maximum employment. So we said that maximum employment is a broad and inclusive goal, and that's part of our framework now.
Great. And I think important words matter, and I think having that word inclusive in there does make a difference. I'm going to start opening it up and to questions in about 2 questions. So people can come to the mic, but we are giving preference to students. So we'd like students to stand up first, and then all the rest of you after. But I've got lots of questions that I could keep going on and answering. But let me ask you, this visit is part of some of the learning tours that you do throughout the country. And, you have thought that it was important for you to get out and actually talk to people about how they experience the economy. Could you give 1 or 2 things that maybe surprised you or that were important insights as a result of actually getting out and talking to people?
So it works 2 ways. Of course, we have an obligation to go out and we want to explain what we're doing, and that's just part of our job. We want the public to understand what we're doing and why. That's part of it. The other part of it is, we get incredible amounts of data, right? Aggregate data, and you can only stare at it so long. I find, and I think all my colleagues find too, when you talk to people about their lives in the economy, it starts to form into a story and into a better understanding of the details of the lives that people are leading. So, I mean, I remember many trips I've taken, and inevitably you come back and you say, "Well, I really learned something there." And I mean, we went to the Mississippi Delta a few years ago, and at Mississippi Valley State, spent a great day there, visited a bunch of businesses and community depository financial institutions. And what did I learn? I learned what life was like in the Delta, and the way they live and their aspirations. Met some really talented kids, by the way, which was great. I learned that. I was in another one. I was in York, Pennsylvania, which is a small manufacturing town. And if you think about smaller manufacturing cities in the United States, my muscle memory would be that they must have really suffered because so much of our manufacturing base went overseas with China coming online and other countries as well. And interesting thing about York was that what I learned was they actually had a strategy to combat that, and it kind of worked. I mean, they brought resources together around some manufacturing and some other business things, and it worked. York is a healthy, thriving city, and there are many other examples of cities that are just lost their manufacturing base and they've just kind of collapsed fiscally. But I think it was interesting to see that if you have a plan, it can actually work. And I'll go home and I'll think about this trip, and I'll no doubt I've learned some great things.
Great. Well, we hope you will. One last question before I open up. So what does fun look like for the chair of the Federal Reserve Board? Like, you can't go to a cocktail party and say much. How do you have fun?
For me, a big party, and I mean this is really as fun as it gets, is like a really good inflation report.
Okay, first question.
Thank you for coming to speak with us today. My name is Catherine Stewart. I'm a graduating senior at Spelman College, majoring in economics, originally from the South Bronx area of New York City. So the Fed aims to have 2% inflation rate and to maximize employment and price stability. And as you mentioned earlier, the inflation rate is currently at 3%, so not necessarily where the Fed would like it to be. As we know from the principles of macroeconomics, over the long run in the business cycle, inflation decreases during recessions and increases during expansion. So my question for you is, how will the Federal Reserve address the volatility of inflation while avoiding a potential recession in the economy? I know you mentioned earlier that one way would be raising interest rates, but can you think of another way that could address this dilemma?
Great question. Thank you. So if you look at the history of campaigns to bring down high inflation, what you will see is, in most instances, not all, but in most instances, that has wound up. We know that higher interest rates, of course, will slow the economy, and that's the tool we have to bring down inflation. In many instances, that has resulted in significant job loss necessary to restore price stability. We haven't seen that here, and we've always felt, my colleagues have always felt that we had a chance, that there's a path to getting inflation back down to 2% without that kind of large job loss. And I still believe that. I've always believed that, and we're on that path. But some softening in the economy has happened. You've seen growth slowing back to a more sustainable level, and we hope we can stay on that path. We have to restore price stability, because price stability is really the bedrock of the economy. And everyone, once prices are really stable, inflation's stable around 2%, people can stop thinking about inflation. They can focus on everything else. When inflation is volatile and high, not many are old enough to remember what that was like, but it's really bad for businesses and households trying to plan. In terms of other tools, I wish we had them, but the fiscal authorities have their tools. We have our tools, and our tools are interest rates and our balance sheet, which affects interest rates as well.
Next, Mike.
Thank you for that. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Sounds good. Good morning, Dr. Gale and Chairman Powell. This has been such a didactic conversation, so thank you for all that you shared. We spoke a little bit about optimal employment and maximizing it and ensuring that it's inclusive. And so earlier when you were speaking, you spoke about your background, Chairman Powell, in private equity and investment banking, and even alluded to entrepreneurship. And so my question for you is, during these contractionary phases of the economy, or where there's threats around contractionary phases of the economy, how can minority entrepreneurs ensure that their ventures are backed and armored to ensure that they're still stable during contractionary phases and when those policies are in use?
So how can minority entrepreneurs assure that their ventures are supported? So first of all, let me say entrepreneurship and innovation are kind of the secret or not so secret rocket fuel of the economy. It's entrepreneurs, both business and social entrepreneurs, who look at the world and see something missing and create it there. And I never had that gift, but the people who had that, those are the ones who really change the world. And you're young and you're starting out your careers. If you feel that way at all, you see something missing, my advice to you is to go for it, and don't hesitate. And so entrepreneurs are huge. That's how things happen in our economy. Is someone says, "Hey, we don't have an X. Let's create this." So in terms of how to make it through hard times, I mean, it's right now, of course, if you go back before the pandemic, there was a whole lot of money for entrepreneurs in every field. It was a time when, and that has dried up a bit. Venture valuations have come down, but just know that it's a cycle. And many ventures have gone from promising to almost dying to incredibly successful over time. And if you look back, I mean, you talk to any of the great entrepreneurs, they'll say, I had a time when I came this close to just wrapping it up and going to law school. Nothing wrong with going to law school. But they'll say, I stuck with it, believe in your dream, and keep pushing.
Next one.
Dr. Gale and Chairman Powell, I want to thank you for hosting this forum for the Atlanta University Center. My question for you is, how do you anticipate the markets?
Your name?
My name is Jonah Watts. I'm a sophomore business finance major, econ minor over at Morehouse College.
Thank
My question for you is, how do you anticipate the markets will respond to the acceleration of artificial intelligence and economical resilience of Americans in the long run? And what provisions has the Fed sought to account for this?
So artificial intelligence is something that everybody's, spending a lot of time trying to understand. And, we have experts in all the time and try to understand its implications for the economy. And, there's just a range of views. We don't really know. The question will be whether it is employment augmenting, like so many technologies, so that it's not, or is it employment replacing? And over time, it may be first one and then the other. But that's the question. So if what new technology does is it raises productivity. In the short run, it can sometimes put people out of work. And that's been true of advancing technology for forever. So what is AI going to be? And I think we have a very healthy discussion going on out there. We actually had a meeting at the Board of Governors in Washington with 6 or 8 of the, very well-known, these were academic economists and experts, and they were split. There are people there who are on the optimistic end side of things, saying, we basically have a labor shortage and the economy wants to grow faster and AI is going to help us do that, and it's going to lift all boats. And then there are other people who see that it can replace so many tasks that are actually not just that are pretty complicated tasks that you need some education to carry out, but AI can actually do them maybe even better than people. I don't think we know. I think that there's also another side to it, which is the potential systemic ramifications of having AI and the financial markets interacting. And so there's a lot of thinking going on about this. We're in the early stages and a lot of uncertainty. So I'd say it's going to be a while before we really understand how it needs to be regulated and how do we capture the obvious potential productivity increasing benefits of it without experiencing macroeconomic or financial stability costs.
Do you mind going over a little bit? Great. So we'll take the people who are standing now, because we're at risk of going well over time, but would love to get the next questions in.
Thank you, Dr. Gale. Hello. Thank you both for being here. I'm Alicia Sawyer, a senior economics major from Atlanta, Georgia, also a Lisa D. Cook Scholar. And my question is really about your background in investment banking and private equity. How has it impacted your decision-making process, both when you initially entered the public sector and where you are now?
So I've enjoyed all of the different parts of my career. I really feel like I learned a lot, and they all kind of inform everything. But so when I was an investment banker, we were providing financial services to largely companies. So I learned to understand the capital markets and also business models. When you're working with a company, you need to understand, why is this company here? What does it do that other companies can't do? How well does it compete, and that kind of thing. So it was a real education in both how financial markets work and how they value things, and also in business strategy. You need to understand the business strategy of a company to give them the service that they need. As a private equity investor, you're actually putting money to work behind these things. And I'd say what I learned there was a lot more about business models and Warren Buffett likes to say when a good manager meets a bad business model, usually it's the business model that wins. So you look for very strong defensible business models, and you also look for great management. Tell you something about management. When I became a private equity investor, I asked the head of our firm, who was a Hall of Fame investor, tell me about how do you spot a good manager? What does a good manager look like? How does that, what are the characteristics? And he said, there's so many different ways to do it. And so what I've observed is, people can become good managers and good leaders who are very different from one another. So within each person, as long as you have a high level of self-belief and are willing to work really hard, there's a leader in there, there's a manager in there who can do it your way, in your own particular way. I mean, there's some common factors, but it really is remarkable how many different paths there are to being successful in management and leadership.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Gale and Chairman Powell, for speaking with us today. My name is Peyton Thomas. I'm a senior psychology major from Hampton, Virginia. And I know that you spoke to a little bit what the Fed can and cannot do in terms of the racial wealth inequality in America. Do you have any advice for what we as young Black college students can do to help combat that racial wealth inequality?
I will say this, the thing that has always moved me the most in that area is education. So I was the founding chair of an inner city charity in Washington, D.C. I was also active in a similar charity in New York City to help inner city kids get an education. And you find their parents, or often their single parent, are desperate to get them the education they want and keep them away from trouble. And so there's so much to do there. And, every kid who gets through 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th grade, and is doing well at it, it's just a person who now has a chance at a middle class life. So I think that, to me, that's the thing, our education, it's really hard and really important, but education is the road for people. We have, one form of inequality is mobility. And there's a lot of work by an economist named Raj Chetty, whom I know my colleagues know, who really measures mobility. And U.S. actually has lower income mobility than other major democracies, and it correlates heavily with race. So I think there's so much to do there. I mean, and my wife and I spent a lot of time and no small amount of money supporting this cause over 25 years, but I think that's a great cause.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya Spencer. I'm a sophomore economics major, management and organization minor from Williamsburg, Virginia. And my question is, what are the Federal Reserve's observations or analyses regarding the current trends in reduced consumer spending? And how does this impact economic indicators and the Fed's monetary policy consideration?
Consumer spending, yeah. So consumer has been very strong, and it's been surprisingly strong. There was what were called excess savings. So people couldn't spend money on trips and, restaurants and bars and things like that because it was COVID and everybody was staying home. So they saved money. And also the government gave, checks to people to sort of make them whole and replace their lost income and that kind of thing. So particularly people who were income constrained had much larger piles of savings than they had before the pandemic. And there was always this thought that would get spent down, and so this very strong spending we had in 21 and 22 would ultimately go away. What's been amazing is how strong consumer spending has continued to be, and it may well be. You see credit card borrowing going up. You see defaults going up now. So we may be actually getting to the end of that. So to your point about monetary policy, we're of course very, very carefully watching as the economy appears to be slowing this quarter. We think it's quite early in the quarter to be able to say that, but we think the third quarter was very, very strong GDP. We think it's slowing now based on the limited data that we have, and all forecasters basically are saying that it will be. We're looking to see how much slowing there is. 70% of the U.S. economy roughly is consumer spending, and so that's going to be the big thing. As long as unemployment remains low and employment remains high and wages are moving up above inflation, though, there's no reason why spending wouldn't continue to hold in there.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Princito. I am a sophomore international studies major from Dallas, Texas. And you touched on public service, and I really enjoy that because I believe that if you have an opportunity to give back, always do so. We are blessed to be at an institution that has a plethora of opportunities, but for those who do not have access to higher education and are just trying to make ends meet, what are the public service policies put in place that the Fed has, and how can we get involved?
With the Fed? So we hire, for example, if you look at the Atlanta Fed, we hire research assistants right out of college to work. There are some RAs, I think, at the Atlanta Fed. Raphael's nodding, from Spelman. So we're very much poised to take in young people. And I would just tell you to, if you look on our website, reach out to us. We'll be very happy to interact with you. And there are 12 reserve banks around the country, and they're always hiring research assistants. There's also the Board of Governors in Washington. As you get down the road, if you were to do an econ PhD or a law degree or just a general public policy, want to do public policy, and you've got some experience, we have. In the whole system, we have over 30,000 employees, I want to say. But that's the 12 reserve banks and the board together. We want people who want to do public service. I'll just tell you, it's enormously satisfying to do public service. It's also satisfying to work in the private sector with a company and share that mission. You feel the same way with that in the private sector, but nothing quite like serving the public.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Phenomenal questions. So I almost sat back down because they were so impressive. So I could just give a hand to the Spelman students. But Donnie Beamer from the Atlanta Mayor's Office, and I oversee our Office of Technology and Innovation. And so we want to make sure our entrepreneurs succeed. So see me about that afterward here in the city. So thank you for being here. Thank you for organizing it. And it's a special treat for me because I'm a classically trained economist from Georgia Tech. I see my dean in the front. But I'm wondering, is there a target on labor force participation? Because unemployment is low, but it feels like those labor shortages you talked about are remaining, and it's been much larger in how it impacts our experiences and also people's household income than what's reported.
Great question. Let me open that up a little bit for people. So you have the general public, right? And a certain number of those people are either working or looking for work, actively looking for work, as in they've looked within the last month. And those people constitute the labor force. They are participating in the labor force, either by being employed or by actively looking for jobs. But there are many, many people who are not in the labor force. And if you're not in the labor force, then you're not counted as unemployed. So you have to watch, you have to look at all of those things to understand how the labor market's going. During the pandemic, many people dropped out of the labor force. And so I thought that when the vaccines came out and the economy reopened, that people would come right back, but they didn't. You ask, is there a number that we target? The answer is not really. We have an assessment of, if you look at what drives, the thing that's happening with labor force participation is, as the population ages, as people get into their older years, they become less likely to be in the labor force. And so there's a downward trend in labor force of about 0.25% a year. But that doesn't mean in any given year that labor force participation can't go up. There's nothing like a really hot labor market like the one we've had to bring people back in, and it did in 2023. Or people stopped dropping out. It's the same thing. The net was that labor force participation increased. Immigration also increased, that's a whole nother thing. That's just an increase in the population. And immigrants who come in, they tend to go into the labor force in about the same proportion, roughly, as people who are already here. So we wouldn't have a particular number. We're not quite back to the level of labor force participation that we were at before the pandemic. But that was before the pandemic, we had a 10-year, 8-month expansion, and participation tends to creep up as a lagging indicator in a strong labor market. So we're at a pretty high level of participation, as high or higher than the models would have predicted. But we'd love to see it go up further. We actually have lower labor force participation rates than many other advanced economies, which is not our self-image as a country, and not where we want to be. There's just a lot to do in the labor field. So another thing, if you're looking for an area of economics to study or a field to work in, the whole area of labor market economics and how do we support a better workforce, invest in a great workforce is a very important area to think about studying and working in.
Well, this is wonderful. Are you getting ready to close out? All right. Well, I will let you close out. Dr. Holmes, thank you for all you've done to help to pull this program together. I also want to thank Lauren for her wonderful introduction. And I'll let you close out. And I might have one word after you.
Oh, sure. Always. Always. Well, no, I want to thank you. And thank you, Chairman Powell, for making this an enlightening and engaging event. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for coming to Spelman. Thank you to your team for making this a successful event. And thank you for everyone in the audience also for participating and for your thought-provoking questions, for those who did have questions. I want to thank the Spelman community who also helped to make this a success. So the president's team, communications, STS, public safety, and many more. And President Gale? I will let
You wrapped it up lovely. I would just say, again, thanks to everybody. This has been a fabulous morning. It has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you to you, Chairman Powell, for spending the time, giving of yourself, but most importantly, for what you do for our nation and for the world. Public service takes a lot out of the person, their family. So we really owe you a debt of gratitude. But I think people recognize after this conversation why you are the right person in that role for these times. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Most day traders struggle to find ways around the PDT rule. This makes them trade cash accounts with huge restrictions on trade volume and direction, or risk $25,000 as a new trader. Futures trading gets around that, as you can day trade the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ with no PDT rule in futures. These move very similar to day trading large blue chip stocks, as there are no restrictions around them. And remember, most day traders lose money. To avoid risk when learning, Top Step's funded account program allows you to limit your risk and ultimately get started with less equity. The base combine is less than $50, and in it, they give you a demo account. If you can hit their profit target of $3,000 in the demo account without losing $2,000 total, they'll fund you $50,000 with a 90% split. This allows you to have the best of both worlds, limited risk as your max risk. Once you buy is what you paid for at only $50. But if you're good enough to pass it, you'll get 90% split once funded, similar to putting up the money yourself. Remember, you want to confirm all of this with them, and we are biased as they are a sponsor of this channel. But if you want to check them out, the link is pinned in the top of the chat, plus in the description as well. Here's the link in the chat. You could also find it in the description. So thanks so much, you guys. Have a good day. John will be back this afternoon for Powell's second speech. Good luck.